Lavender and Lies by Carly Winter. Narrated by Nicole Scott. Chapter 1. It's cows. It has to be cows. I glanced over at my friend and coworker, Annabelle, who sat at the steering wheel and stuck her head out the window to see beyond the long line of cars, trucks, and tractors ahead of us. Why do you think it's cows? I asked, holding my phone up, hoping for a signal. Still nothing. But that was to be expected outside of Heywood, Arizona. In town, getting a cell phone to work was sketchy at best. If outside the town limits, forget it. Cows or goats? She said, rolling up her window. Probably from the Pew farm. Well, they're going to make us late, I grumbled. We've been sitting here at least a half hour. With a snort, Annabelle checked her reflection in the mirror. Long, blonde, crimped hair stood almost on end with hairspray 80s style. This isn't Hollywood, babe. It's Heywood. Everyone expects everyone else to be late because of situations exactly like this. In Hollywood, one was late for only one of three reasons. Traffic, because it was fashionable, or the one arriving late was trying to snub the one waiting. Basically, a power play. With a sigh, I decided I'd take cows over any of the Hollywood explanations. After a long moment, Annabelle said, I thought it was a beautiful service. I nodded and laid my head against the window. After Doreen Tepper died in her sleep, her husband, Charlie, had requested my presence at the service. Since I was the one who had uncovered that Doreen had killed my boss, Bonnie, and she was getting ready for a trial and to spend the rest of her life in jail, I had been shocked at the invitation. In fact, I'd almost turned it down because I feared he'd want to give me a piece of his mind. I'd had no choice in handing Doreen over to the cops. Either I revealed her as the killer or someone innocent would have gone to prison, namely, me. Charlie had been kind and gracious, pulling me aside and telling me he hoped we could be friends. I'd never imagined anyone showing such forgiveness. Having only been in Heywood a short period of time, the generosity and humanity of small-town life never failed to surprise me. Such a difference from Hollywood. Sometimes I felt like I resided on another planet, and I suppose, in a way, I did. Nothing could be further from Hollywood than Heywood. But we were still going to be late for our meeting with our attorney and accountant, Colin Breckshire III, a pleasant little man with a panache for fedoras and nice suits. I'm going to walk ahead and see what the holdup is, I said, opening the door. If traffic starts to move, just pick me up. Unless you can rope cows, that's not going to help, Sam. I know, but at least I'll be doing something instead of sitting here speculating on what's causing the delay. After passing a few cars, I knew I'd made a mistake. Despite my years of wearing heels in Hollywood, my feet had adjusted very easily to my sneakers and flats. In an attempt to look nice for the memorial service, I'd worn heels, and now my feet screamed and cursed at me, figuratively, of course. Yet I continued my trek. I waved and said hello to a few acquaintances who also sat in their cars as I continued my march. Finally, I saw a sheriff's car parked on the side of the road, and I expected to see cows or goats, as Annabelle had predicted. Instead, I found a naked man of no more than 25 laying in the middle of the road, and Deputy Jordan Branson standing over him, his hands on his hips, as if unsure what to do. He noticed me approaching and walked over with a George Clooney swagger. His smile only made him look more like the star. Hey, Sam, can you get back into your car, please? What's that guy doing? I asked, peering around the deputy. Why in the world is he laying naked in the road? Jordan glanced over his shoulder. That's Bobby Pugh. He's got some drug issues. He's pretty out of it. Then why don't you move him and get him some help? I asked. We're waiting for an ambulance. With a groan, Bobby rolled to his side and curled up in a fetal position. I hate to sound like I don't care, but you've got traffic backed up both ways because of him. Moving him to the side of the road isn't going to hurt him. Jordan shook his head. When it was called in, the sheriff said no one was to move him except medical personnel. And this may astound you, but I'm not that. Why does she want him left there? I asked. I mean, he's naked and dozed out on drugs and suffering from an unknown humiliation at this point. At least throw a blanket over the guy. He grunted but didn't answer. Jordan? Fine. I think I have one in my car. As he walked toward the police cruiser, muttering under his breath, a black Ford pickup truck came flying down the dirt road to my right, a plume of dust in its wake. Bobby! Bobby! The woman yelled out the window, slamming on the brakes and exiting the vehicle. Oh my gosh, is he dead? Tall, thin, with long gray hair, she had the build of a woman who participated in manual labor. Based on her age, I could only guess Bobby's mother had arrived on the scene. We've called an ambulance, Jordan said, hurrying over to her and placing the blanket over her son. He's not dead, Mrs. Pugh. She kneeled next to Bobby and felt his neck for a pulse. These dang drugs. Not even Heywood is safe from them. No, ma'am, we aren't. And that stupid sheriff. She's as useless as the day is long, Mrs. Pugh yelled, springing to her feet. That woman needs to be taken back behind the barn and shot. I arched an eyebrow, waiting for Jordan's response. Not that I disagreed with her. If I looked up incompetence in the dictionary, I wouldn't be surprised to find Sheriff Mallory Richards' picture there. Let's not discuss violence against the sheriff, Jordan said. Your son should be fine. You know who's responsible for this, don't you? She yelled, placing her hands on her hips. It's that Ralph guy and his two friends, Buck and Mike. They're bringing the drugs into town. Ralph. Right. If I was thinking of the correct person, that would mean the man Annabelle used to date and the one that my other friend, Gina, had married. A prize of a guy who liked to beat on his significant other. We don't know that, Jordan said. Unless you have definitive proof, we only have rumors. The three of them were at the farm 3 nights ago, Deputy, she pointed at her son. And now look at Bobby. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. Jordan clamped his mouth shut, which I thought was smart. An upset mother shouldn't be argued with. Where's the ambulance? She yelled. I'll call in and check, he mumbled, then headed back to his cruiser, leaving me with Mrs. Pugh. I swear, there's incompetence all around, she muttered, her gaze landing on me. Do I know you? Smiling, I shook my head. We've never met. I'm Sam Jones, owner of Sage Advice. Oh, yes. I've got some stuff on order with you. It's nice to meet you. You as well. She narrowed her gaze on me as her son groaned. You look a lot like that actress. What's her name? Here we go again. Andie MacDowell? I don't know who that is. No, there was another actress on daytime television, on a soap opera I enjoyed. Not sure what's happened to her. The show hasn't been the same since she left, so I don't watch it anymore. But you look like her. Grinning past my panic, I hoped for a distraction. The last thing I needed or wanted was someone recognizing me. I preferred to keep my past life as daytime television star Samantha Rathbone a secret. In my new, simple life in Heywood, I went without all the Botox, fillers, and makeup. Sometimes people thought they were familiar with me. However, I did look different and probably older than I had on television. The producers had fought me tooth and nail for me to remain appearing young, when all I wanted was to age gracefully and embrace my 53 years on this earth. Ambulance is 2 minutes out, Jordan called. Thankfully, the sirens wailed in the distance, and everyone's attention swiveled toward them. As I glanced at Bobby, I noted his chest moved up and down through the blanket. So at least he was breathing. The ambulance made its way up the side of the road, then parked. When the 2 EMTs exited and hurried over to Bobby, I decided to head back to the waiting Annabelle and fill her in on what I'd learned. She'd be interested to hear Mrs. Pugh thought her ex was involved in a drug ring. Over my shoulder, I thought I heard thunder. Glancing up at the sky, I found nothing but the sun shining, not even a cloud passing by. "Sam!" Jordan shouted. "Look out!" Turning, I found a herd of cows running in my direction down the dirt road from where Mrs. Pugh had come. How in the world did I outrun the cows? I froze, unable to move as the beasts charged. As Mrs. Pugh yelled at them for breaking the fence, the EMTs threw Bobby onto the gurney and hurried him over to the ambulance. In front of me, green pastures stretched for miles. To my right sat the line of cars waiting to go into town. Could I make it there in time? Would the beasts be deterred by the vehicles, or would they attempt to run them over? I knew so little about livestock. Unsure of what to do, I tried to run toward what I considered my safest bet to not being trampled: the cars. My heel caught in the road, and I stumbled, scraping my hands on the pavement. The thundering grew closer, and fear paralyzed me, while visions of my life passed before my eyes. Winning my Emmy, finding my husband dead. The mean streets of Oakland where I'd grown up. Was this how I was going to go? Stomped to death in a cow stampede? The headlines would be rich. Former Emmy-winning actress becomes hamburger. Samantha Rathbone, daytime TV starlet, is now roadkill. Before I could find the wherewithal to scramble to my feet again, hands grabbed me under my armpits and dragged me a few feet off the side of the road to the pasture. Then we fell to the ground, my savior's full weight on top of me. I glanced over my shoulder to see the stampede passing a few feet away, then realized it was Jordan who had rescued me. As my breath heaved in and out, Jordan rolled to the side onto his back. "Are you okay?" he asked. Maybe? Relief flooded through me that I hadn't been killed by a herd of stupid cows. I took stock of my body and realized my stomach was wet. I rose to all fours. The scent of cow poo assaulted me. I'd landed in a very large pile of it. "Oh, my word," I whispered, staring at the huge green stain on the front of my white silk shirt, while bits of fecal matter had been embedded in my black wool sweater. Annabelle had been right. I should have stayed in the car. "Did you toss me into a fresh cow patty on purpose?" He glanced over at me, smiled, then began chuckling. "No, I promise. It wasn't done intentionally." I stood, finding nothing funny about my predicament, and the longing to rip the blouse from my body almost overwhelming. However, I wouldn't give all the car occupants a show, let alone Jordan. As he rose to his feet, his smirk remained in place. "You're welcome," he said, the ambulance driving off toward town. "I'll get this traffic moving." Standing on the side of the road, I wanted to scream with disgust. The stench, the shirt sticking to my skin. Bile rose in my throat. Had Jordan thrown me into the waste on purpose? Our relationship was somewhat turbulent, so it wouldn't surprise me. However, he had moved me out of the stampede's way, so possibly it had been an accident. A mystery I doubted I'd ever solve. After picking up my shoe, I searched for part of the missing heel, which seemed to have disappeared in the commotion. Jordan jogged back to his vehicle as the traffic began to move. "You're welcome," he called, then entered his car. Exhaustion suddenly overtook me, and I didn't have the energy to walk back to Annabelle. Instead, I waited until she drove up. Her eyes widened as her gaze found mine. "What happened?" she asked after rolling down her window. "There was a stampede," I said, walking over to the passenger side and opening the door. "Do you have an extra shirt in here somewhere?" "No," she replied, grimacing. "Gosh, you stink." "I'm aware of that. That stuff is great garden fertilizer, though." As we pulled away from the scene, Jordan waved at us. Annabelle returned the gesture, while I ignored him. I told you it was cows, Annabelle said. It's always them holding up traffic. Lying my head back against the headrest, I closed my eyes, not bothering to correct her. I'd tell her about Ralph, Bobby, and the drug problem at some other point when I wasn't covered in cow turds. Chapter 2. Annabelle and I canceled our visit to the lawyer's office until the next morning, where he gave us the incredible news that Sage Advice revenue was up 20% with our new online store. We celebrated with a scone and a latte from Cup of Go as we took a stroll down the Riverwalk with Jack, her rescue beagle, and Catnip, who preferred to be carried but did enjoy the scenery. "What's our next mountain to climb and conquer?" Annabelle asked. "I feel like we're headed for world domination." "One grassy knoll at a time," I said, though also thrilled with our success. World domination will come. The Riverwalk was my favorite part of living in Heywood. To my right, up on a small hill, sat the town. Each store and restaurant had a deck for the locals and tourists to enjoy. To my left, the pristine river flowed. Beyond that lay thick, dense forest. The beauty of the area never failed to take my breath away. Jack stopped to do his business, while Catnip looked on with hooded lids and a good dose of judgment. Since my cat used the toilet, he seemed to disapprove of anything else. We continued our walk and discussed the day's plans. "I don't think we have a lot on the calendar," Annabelle said. "Later today, I may have a consultation, but other than that, I'll just be making some tinctures and capsules. I know tomorrow we have to make a delivery to the Pew farm." Ugh, the place of my humiliation and intimate introduction to cow waste. "I may toy with the marketing a little," I said, shuddering at the memory. "I'd love to get our revenue up even further, give us both a raise." Annabelle's head bobbed in agreement. "Gosh, Sam, that would be amazing." When my phone rang, I almost ignored it until I saw our friend Gina was calling. "Hey," I answered. "What's up?" "I need your help," she whispered. Tucking the phone under my chin to free my hand, I grabbed Annabelle's arm and we came to a halt. "What's going on, Gina?" Annabelle's brow furrowed in concern. "It's my ex-husband," she whispered. "He's dead." "Ralph's dead?" I asked. Annabelle gasped and placed her head next to mine so she could hear. How weird was it that both of my friends had dated and or married the same man? "Yep, dead as dead can be. And the police think I did it, Sam. I'm in big trouble. I need your help." Annabelle and I exchanged glances. "Where are you?" I asked. "At File It Away. I found him this morning when I opened. The police are in the front room. I said I had to use the bathroom, and I called you." "We have to help her," Annabelle whispered. I nodded in agreement. "We're on our way, Gina." I wasn't sure exactly what we could do to assist our friend, but I knew in my heart she didn't kill Ralph, no matter how much he deserved it. "Let's hurry and take the animals back to the store," Annabelle suggested. "Then we can head over." As we turned around, she shook her head. "I can't believe that jerk is dead." Once our charges were safely back at the store, we rushed over to file it away. The front door stood open, and both Annabelle and I hurried to the entrance. "I don't think so," Jordan said, immediately stepping in front of us, but not quick enough to block us from viewing the body. Annabelle gasped and placed her hand over her mouth. But for me, years of acting kicked in, and I remained impassive. "This is a murder scene." "Where's Gina?" I asked, trying to glance over his shoulder. "Is she okay?" "She's not hurt," Jordan said. "But this is an active crime scene, and I need you two to leave." "Not yet," I replied, lifting my chin. "We're worried about our friend." "Is she in trouble?" Jordan narrowed his gaze. "Why would you think that?" After almost giving away Gina's secret phone call, I searched my midlife brain for an excuse. and it didn't fire with an answer, which seemed to be happening more frequently. "Because there's cop cars parked in front," Annabelle exclaimed, pointing over her shoulder. "What are we supposed to think?" I breathed a sigh of relief at her quick cover. "Gina's fine. We just have some questions for her." "Why?" I asked. "What's going on?" "That's all I can disclose for now," Jordan said. "Why don't you two get going now?" As he shut the door and lowered the blinds, Annabelle and I exchanged looks. "What do we do now?" I whispered. "We can't just leave her here." She grabbed my arm and led me around to the side of the building. "We can't do anything inside, but we can listen in on what they're saying and try to help her by collecting information." Having been extensively questioned by the police before, and barely remembering any of it, except for the very, very unpleasant parts, I realized Annabelle was right. Gina would need people on her side who would help her recall exactly what she said to the police. We crouched below the window, which was closed. Annabelle dug her fingernails under the silver pane and, to my utter shock, was able to lift the pane an inch. I glanced over at her. "How did you do that?" "None of the windows in these old buildings lock," she whispered. "Lucky guess." Making a mental note to check the windows and sage advice, I tried to listen in, but another thought struck. "Don't you think we should call her Annabelle held up her hand, motioning me to be quiet. "Well, Mrs. Dunner, you claim to be innocent. How exactly do you explain the death of your ex-husband?" I recognized Sheriff Mallory Richards' voice. With File It Away being a nail salon, I found it fitting that Ralph had died with his head in one of those taupe-colored foot bowls. "I have no idea," Gina said, her voice quivering slightly. "He was drowned," Jordan said. "Someone had to hold his head under the water." "We'll have to run toxicology, but that's what it looks like to me as well," the sheriff replied. "How did you do it, Miss Dunner? Did you drug him first?" Gina snorted, and I imagined her shaking her head. "He probably drugged himself." "What does that mean?" Mallory asked. "It means he was a dumb druggie who never paid his child support," Gina shot back. "How much did he owe you?" Jordan asked. "I lost track after a couple of years," Gina replied. "He quit paying when our son was 8. Haven't seen a dime since." "How old is your child?" the sheriff asked. 17. Someone let out a low whistle. "That's a lot of child support he's missed out on," the sheriff muttered. "She shouldn't have said that," Annabelle whispered. "That's a reason to kill him right there." I nodded. The more Gina talked, the deeper in trouble she would find herself. I also knew that from experience. Revenge for not paying, or hoping to collect after Ralph's estate was settled, were the two motives that came to my mind. "Can you tell us where you were last night?" the sheriff asked. "Home. I was home with my rescue dogs." "Was your son there?" Jordan questioned. "No," Gina said, sighing. "He wasn't home. Now I want a lawyer." "You've already declined one," Mallory replied. "I changed my mind." "Just a few more questions, Miss Dunner," the sheriff said. "That's illegal," I whispered. "I am going to call her a lawyer." I stepped away from the window and slowly made my way down the rocky hill to the Riverwalk, hoping I didn't fall. As I dialed Colin Breckshire, I prayed he'd answer. "Yes, Miss Jones, how can I be of service?" His formality always made me snicker, and today wouldn't have been any different if my friend wasn't in so much trouble. "Gina Dunner is being questioned for murder," I said. "She needs a lawyer." "Oh my," he sighed, and I could practically picture him sitting behind his old oak desk, running a hand over his bald head, then straightening his bow tie. "If I remember correctly, she's an acquaintance of yours?" "Yes." "I, unfortunately, am not a criminal lawyer, Miss Jones. I'm not equipped to handle her case." "Can you at least come down here for now, just to get her out of this situation?" "Where is she?" "In her store. File It Away. She told the cops she wants a lawyer, and they told her she could get one after she answered a few more questions. That's illegal, right? Quite, he muttered. Then a short period of silence ensued. Here's what I'll do. I'm coming down there, and I'll announce myself as her attorney. But you'll have to find someone more capable than me to represent her in this case. Great, fine, I said, relief washing through me. If you have any recommendations on who that should be, that would be appreciated. But please, hurry. I hung up and returned to Annabelle, still crouched under the window. Gina's getting angry, she whispered. I'm afraid she's going to mouth off and say something she'll regret. That wouldn't surprise me, I muttered. Breckshire's on his way. Hopefully, she can hold her tongue until then. So your husband owed you quite a bit of money, the sheriff said. Are you sure you didn't want him dead? I hated him with every bone in my body. But if I was going to kill him, I sure wouldn't do it in my own store, Gina yelled. How stupid do you think I am? People do stupid things all the time, Jordan said. Yes, the sheriff agreed. A crime of passion. For all we know, you lured him here, killed him, and think it's a good idea to deny it because there's no way for us to believe you'd be dumb enough to do such a thing. While settled between the two buildings, we could see part of the street. An ambulance pulled up, I assumed to collect the body. The interrogation inside came to a halt as we heard the front door open and more movement within the store. A moment later, another car arrived, but I couldn't see the driver. I sighed with relief when Colin's voice filtered through the window. I'm here to represent Miss Dunner, he said, and as of right now, there won't be any further questioning of my client. Thank goodness, Annabelle whispered. My word, Colin said. What an unfortunate demise. I assumed he spoke of Ralph. When did she call you? Jordan asked. How did you know she was here? Colin chuckled. Good day, Deputy. Sheriff. It's been lovely chatting with you. Let's have them meet us at the store, I said. Annabelle and I stood and hurried to the front of the building, but remained hidden on the side so we weren't in view of the front door. As Breckshire and Gina walked out, I glared at her, willing her to look our way. Breckshire saw us first, and I pointed up the road and mouthed sage advice. He gave me a slight nod. Then Annabelle and I turned and scurried down the path to the Riverwalk. Once we could no longer see Violet away, we exchanged glances. Oh man, she is in trouble, Annabelle said. I agree. The question is, what are we going to do to help her? Chapter 3. Annabelle and I arrived to find Colin and Gina waiting for us at the front door. I hugged my friend as Annabelle opened the store, and we were greeted by Jack and Catnip when we all walked in. With a wagging tail, Jack sniffed everyone's feet, while Catnip glared at everyone like he'd rather scratch our eyes out than say hello, after which the pair trotted off upstairs, probably to catch the morning sunbeam coming in through the east window. Do you have any wine? Gina asked, running her hands up and down her arms, where I noticed goosebumps. The temperature wasn't that chilly, so I imagined they were from stress. It's 9 a.m, dear, Colin said, removing his brown fedora and setting it down on the counter. Are you sure wine is a smart thing to consume at this hour? Perhaps a cup of tea would soothe your nerves. Gina sighed, and I had the feeling if Colin hadn't come to her rescue, she'd given him a stern lecture on minding his own business. Fine, whatever. Let me make you some, Annabelle said. It's my own special blend, and trust me, it works way better than wine. My dear, Colin said, if I could also procure a cup from you, that would be greatly appreciated. Of course. She hurried over to the shelving and pulled a couple of glass containers filled with herbs, then took them into the back room. So what happened? I asked. You mean how did my ex-husband end up drowning in a pedicure bowl in my store? Gina asked. I bit my lip to keep from giggling. Frankly, the situation resembled a few plot lines from my show, As the Years Turn, the daytime soap opera I'd worked in for almost 30 years. Back in my former life as a Hollywood insider and Emmy-winning actress. I was surprised the writers and I hadn't thought of this particular story, but this was real life. A real person was dead. I couldn't laugh. Yes, I replied. How did Ralph end up dead in your store? I have no idea. Can you start at the beginning? I asked. You said you found him this morning? Gina sat down on a stool behind the counter and shut her eyes, suddenly looking much older than her 52 years as her shoulders hunched. I went in to do a little cleanup and found him there, his head in the tub and water all over the floor. I studied her as she spoke. When she met my gaze, she seemed truly upset about finding Ralph's body, which was understandable, no matter how much she had detested the man. Did you move him? Colin asked. Yes, I did, Gina nodded. I pulled his head out, felt for a pulse, then realized he'd been dead for a while. I put him back the way I found him. Did you tell the authorities you performed such an action? Colin asked. She shook her head. I didn't. I probably should have, but I didn't know what to share and what to keep to myself. We'll let your new lawyer sort out that mess, Colin replied. It seemed there may have been a struggle with the amount of water on the floor. Was it wet when you arrived at your store, or did you moving the body cause it? I may have contributed a little bit, but there was water on the floor when I got there, Gina mumbled as Annabelle brought out the tea and set a cup in front of Colin and her. She sipped her brew and grimaced. Annabelle, this is nasty. I know, but it helps calm you down. Just think of how mellow you're going to be afterward, not how bad it tastes. Oh, this is quite pleasant, Colin said after sipping from his cup. Well done, Annabelle. I'd rather be drinking wine, Gina muttered, setting down her mug, even at 9 a.m. Now what do? I guess I wait to get hauled off to jail? Let me run over to my office and gather some names of attorneys who would be suitable for your case, Colin said, grabbing his fedora. In the meantime, I would suggest you review where you were yesterday, what you did, and who you were with. Write it all down. I will, Gina replied. Thanks for rescuing me. I've always been a sucker for a damsel in distress, Colin said, tipping his hat with a wink. After he left, Gina picked up her cup again and took a small sip. Still awful, but not as bad as before. It grows on you, I replied. I know from experience. Well, let's get started, Annabelle said, pulling out a pad and pencil from the drawer under the cash register. What did you do yesterday, and who were you with? Gina sighed and shook her head. It feels like an exercise in futility. I'm going down for Ralph's murder. You don't know that, Annabelle said. You've got some stinkin' thinking if I've ever heard any. Look on the sheriff's face. She's got me in her crosshairs, Gina replied. You two didn't see her. She's ready to put me away. Did you do it? I asked. Heavy silence fell over the store as both of my friends stared at me with wide eyes and open mouths. Well, did you? Of course not, Gina bellowed. What kind of nonsense is that, coming from someone I thought was my friend? It's a simple yes or no question, I replied, shrugging. If the answer is no, then I think we've got to come up with some other ideas of who would have wanted him dead. But first, what did you do yesterday? As I listened to Gina's recount, which included an attempted rescue of a dog off Mulberry Lane, 3 pedicures, a trip to the grocery store, and an early dinner with her son, I didn't hear anything that sent up a red flag or gave me any clue she'd committed the murder. While she spoke, Annabelle took notes. In your opinion, who would want to kill Ralph? Annabelle asked. I don't know. Why? Because she's trying to take the target off your back, I said. We can come up with a list of other suspects.
And we can give those names to the police,
Annabelle concluded.
That way, they have to look in another direction besides at you, Gina.
I glanced over at her, waiting for some names. Well, he's got 2 friends who live on the outskirts of town, she replied. Mike and Buck, they're losers. Could they be killers? I asked. She shrugged and took another sip of tea. Possibly. They're dumb enough to be dangerous. What do they do? I asked while Annabelle jotted down their names. Mainly, they steal stuff. At least that's what they did when I was with Ralph, which was a long time ago. When was the last time you saw them? I asked. Probably a week or so ago. They were grocery shopping and stopped me to chat in the bread aisle. They acted friendly, but the whole conversation felt weird to me, now that I think about it.
What did they say?
Annabelle asked. They were talking about my store and how well I must be doing now I owned a business. Also, they were looking for Ralph. He owes them money.
That's a reason for murder, Annabelle said. The TV shows always say people kill for money, love, or revenge.
So had Cassie, my character on As the Years Turn. Annabelle was right. It always came down to one of those 3 motives. Who else would want him dead? I asked. Gina shrugged. I don't know. Any woman he dated?
True,
Annabelle said.
I've wished him dead more than once.
Okay, so we need to find out who his current partner is, I said. Do you 2 know? I've heard rumors he's married to Kathy McCullough, Gina replied. Annabelle shook her head.
She's divorcing him. That's what I overheard at What's the Scoop the other day.
Ah, yes. Annabelle's favorite ice cream shop. Well, the only ice cream shop in town, but she visited it quite frequently. She dressed as she would have as a young woman in the 80s, and her metabolism still performed as it had back then. She didn't gain any weight regardless of how much she ate. Every now and then, I hated her for it. Who was talking about her? Gina asked.
Marcia, the checker over at Tender Trades, and the woman who worked there.
Interesting, I murmured. I wonder what he did to make Kathy leave.
Probably the same thing he did to all of us,
Annabelle said.
Was quite the Romeo in the beginning and then turned into a wife-beating jerk.
Gina nodded. That would be my guess as well. Okay, so I think we can safely add her to the list, I said, pointing to Annabelle. Having your husband hit you is as good of a reason as any to kill him. Annabelle nodded and jotted down some notes. Who else? I asked. Gina pursed her lips together and shook her head. I can't think of anyone.
What about your brother?
Annabelle asked.
I saw him in a bar a few years back, and he said he'd gladly kill Ralph for what he did to you.
I'm not throwing my brother under the bus, she said. Absolutely not. But are you? I asked. You're just trying to prove that the killer could be a lot of people besides you. No, I won't do that. I might as well tell them my father hated him as well, because he did. Enough to kill him? Everyone who knows Ralph wants to kill him at some point, Gina replied, throwing her hands in the air.
Knew,
Annabelle said.
Everyone who knew him wanted to kill him at some point. No one has to worry about crossing his path anymore.
Gina narrowed her gaze. Which leads us to you, Annabelle. From what I understand, he got pretty heavy-handed with you.
That was decades ago,
Annabelle screeched.
Why in the world would I wait this long to get back at him?
Revenge, Gina stated. Maybe you've been carrying around so much hatred for him all these years, and you figured no one would suspect you, so you offed him. Annabelle gasped and threw her pen at Gina.
How dare you?
As Gina slipped off the stool to dodge the pen that flew past her head, I held out my hands. All right, come on, you 2. What are we, 5 years old? They glared at each other for a long moment. Then Gina sat back down and crossed her arms over her chest. Can you get that wine? No offense on the tea, Annabelle. It's just not strong enough for me at this point. I hurried upstairs to grab the bottle and a coffee cup, then returned to the store. I'd have liked to join her, but I had a full day of work ahead of me. After I poured her a cup, Gina finished it in 2 long gulps. "I'm doomed no matter what happens," she said.
"Why do you keep saying that?" Annabelle asked. "We've got a list of other potential suspects right here. Why are you bringing bad juju onto yourself?"
Gina poured more wine and glanced between me and Annabelle. "Because the cops are going to look at my phone records and Ralph's. And when they do, they're going to find the day before yesterday I called him and left a message." "Uh-oh. What did you say?" "That he was a piece of scum, that I needed money for child support, and if he didn't give me something, I'd kill him." Chapter 4. Being that I was up early most mornings out walking or jogging, I had begun to notice people's habitual behavior. For instance, Mrs. Wallace walked her dog at 7. On Tuesdays, the garbage truck came at 8. Without even thinking about it, I had soaked up the habits of my fellow citizens of Heywood. So it wasn't that I was paying special attention to Deputy Jordan Branson's coming and goings. He was just so predictable. As a cop, one would think he'd vary his routine, but no. Perhaps that was only what the studio security had suggested for me while I had lived in Hollywood. But no one was out to kidnap and ask for ransom on a small-town cop, but for a daytime starlet, it happened to be a real possibility. At least that's what the confident man who had given the lecture at the studio had implied. However, Jordan ran his life like clockwork, give or take a few minutes. Every morning at 8, he entered Cup of Go, the coffee shop. On his days off, which were usually over the weekend, he visited Locked and Loaded, the town gun store. Being that it was a weekday, I waited at the corner until I saw him, dressed in full uniform, walk into Cup of Go. I'd recognize that swagger anywhere, with or without the police garb. "You're 10 minutes late," I murmured as I checked my phone. "I can't be waiting around for you all day, Deputy." I hurried over to the store and opened the door. As always, a line had formed and all the tables were full. A few people had chosen books from the floor-to-ceiling bookcase and sat quietly reading, taken away to another place in time by the words on the page. Others sat at the windows and enjoyed the view of the river and the forest beyond. Slipping in the queue behind Jordan, I tapped him on the shoulder and smiled when he turned around. "Good morning, Deputy," I said. He arched an eyebrow, as if unsure how he should respond. Finally, he muttered, "Good morning. May I buy you a cup of coffee?" He narrowed his gaze, his eyes shining with suspicion. "And why would you do that?" "Why not?" I asked, shrugging. "Just trying to be friendly." With a chuckle, he shook his head. "Sam, you're never friendly toward me. In fact, with you offering to buy me coffee, I think you probably want something from me." "I'm not friendly?" I asked, almost offended, but I could see his point. Our past interactions definitely had some tension, and the fact that he'd broken the trust I placed in him hadn't helped matters. "No, not really," he said, still smiling. "Well, let me buy you the coffee anyway," I said, "to make amends, or whatever." I wasn't really interested in facilitating peace between us, but I did want to plant some seeds of doubt on Gina being Ralph's murderer. "Thanks, but I'm good paying for my own." He turned back to the line as I quickly attempted to find another reason for him to speak to me. "You did slam me into a cow patty yesterday," I whispered in his ear from behind. "I think you owe me at least a few minutes of your time, coffee or not." He glanced over his shoulder. "It wasn't intentional. Either I took you down or you ended up being trampled to death. So maybe that thank you I was looking for yesterday should be in order." You're right, I said. I was terribly rude. Thank you for saving me from the cows yesterday. Can I buy you that coffee as a showing of my appreciation and steal a few minutes of your time? You're quite persistent, he muttered. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I haven't decided yet. He stepped up to the counter and placed his order. Black coffee, 2 sugars, and some cream. The simplicity shouldn't have surprised me. But I was used to hearing people ordering lattes and frappuccinos loaded with 50 different ingredients. She's paying, he said, hitching his thumb over his shoulder in my direction. Once it was my turn, I placed my order for a caramel latte, then paid. We waited in silence until I had my cup. What did you want to talk about? Jordan asked, eyeing me as we stepped out of line. I glanced around and didn't see any empty tables. Why don't we go outside? It's not as crowded. And I'd have some privacy to discuss the murder. He followed me out the door to the sidewalk, and we stood face to face. The morning sun made the grays on his temples really shine, and I noted he hadn't shaved this morning. Salt and pepper stubble covered his strong jaw and dimpled chin. I wanted to talk to you about Ralph's murder, I said. Gina didn't do it. Rolling his eyes, he shook his head. I should have known you'd say something like that. I can't discuss an ongoing investigation. Of course, I replied. I understand. But you can listen for a minute, right? With a sigh, he shrugged, then sipped his coffee, his gaze never leaving me. I took that as a yes. We made a list of everyone who hated Ralph and either had threatened to kill him or wanted him dead. I fished the piece of paper with Annabelle's impeccable handwriting and held it between us. Here. He didn't accept it. You really believe that Gina's ex-husband, who she threatened to murder, is found in her shop where no one but her had a key, but was killed by someone else? Well, when he put it that way, I could see why he wasn't too interested in my theories. How do you know she threatened him? I asked. He simply stared at me as he sipped his coffee, which told me the answer. So you found out about the phone call? I asked, shoving the paper against his chest, which he finally took. He nodded. We checked the phone records, and he hadn't even erased her message on his phone. We really have everything we need, Sam. The case is all but closed, except for dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Don't you at least owe her to look into those other people? I asked, pointing to the list in his hand. He glanced at it. Buck and Dave? Gina's brother? Is she really trying to finger her brother for this? She'd kill me if she knew I was giving his name to you. Shaking his head, he sighed and tried to hand me back the paper. No. The sheriff thinks we have all the evidence we need. And what do you think? I asked, holding up my hand to indicate I wouldn't accept the note. Do you believe Gina could have killed Ralph? A glint of doubt flickered in his gaze, but it disappeared as fast as it had come. You know, you can't just say she did it without looking into others, I said. A lot of people hated Ralph. It's not my call, Sam. But it is. You're part of Mallory's team. You have the right to question whether you have the correct person in custody. Yes, I do, but here's the thing. There's no evidence leading us to anyone else. He held up his index finger. First, Gina has motive. He was a dirtbag loser who owed her lots of money. His second finger went up. She threatened to kill him, even left a voicemail about it. And finally, he raised the third. And it's her dang store. No one else has the key, Sam. She can say she didn't do it, but facts are facts. So what did she do? Tell him to come to the store, and then somehow she wrestled Ralph to the ground and was able to hold his head in the full tub until he died? How big was he? About 6 feet and 220. I rolled my eyes. That right there is cause to question everything, Jordan. Gina's what? 5'5" and $120 at most? Give me a break. She could have drugged him, he said. We're waiting back on toxicology. My guess is the only drugs you're going to find in him are the ones he ingested himself, I said. Trust me, she didn't do this. A glint of doubt reappeared one more time. I have to go, he said, his jaw working with irritation. I can't discuss an ongoing case. Why bother pointing out he already had? He pivoted to walk away towards the sheriff's office, then turned around and hurried back to me, grimacing. Raising his finger, he wagged it just a few inches from my face. You know, it's a darn good thing you're so pretty, Sam Jones, or I'd have you arrested for interfering with an investigation. The proclamation caught me completely off guard, and I had no idea how to respond. I'm a sucker for pretty women, he continued, so consider yourself lucky. Thanks for the coffee. With that, he strolled away, leaving me speechless. To my utter surprise and horror, tears welled in my eyes. I'd spent my childhood being ignored, and my adulthood being told to lose weight and straighten my hair. As I'd aged, I'd been forced to look younger with makeup, Botox, and fillers. Then they made a big deal of me needing to use heavy lighting and filters while filming to make me appear younger, more vibrant, and prettier. I'd always been compared to Andie MacDowell in my visage, and she'd always won. And now, as I stood on the sidewalk, without an ounce of makeup, my hair falling around my shoulders in its naturally tight curls, wearing a pair of jeans and a blouse and sneakers, a tear trickled down my cheek. I quickly wiped it away. I'd never been good enough before, no matter what I had done. But in my natural state, the local cop thought I was pretty. This is stupid, I whispered. I didn't care what Jordan thought of me. But that compliment had hit me hard, smack dab in the chest, putting a chink in my armor about my looks that I'd spent so many years building. Or maybe I did care. Or perhaps hormones had my face flushed and my heart racing. Yes, that had to be it. Dumb cop. I hurried back to the store to prepare for the day. Once I opened the front door, Catnip greeted me and weaved in between my legs while I made my way through the display tables, tears still streaking down my cheeks. Angrily, I wiped them away. As I populated the cash register and made out the deposit slip from the previous day's earnings, the distraction kept me from blubbering about Jordan's compliment. A few moments later, Annabelle came in with Jack. Hey, I said, hoping my eyes weren't red as I tried to sound cheery. How was your night?
Oh, fine, she muttered. I'm a little frustrated my hair wouldn't cooperate this morning.
Upon studying it, I noticed the bangs didn't quite have their normal height. Today, she wore a ripped Madonna t-shirt, neon pink leggings, and heavy blue eyeliner with cherry red lipstick. It doesn't look bad, I said. I didn't even notice.
Thanks, she huffed. I think I was just so upset this morning I couldn't concentrate on getting my hair right.
What happened? I asked. She placed her hands on her hips.
Are you being serious with me right now?
A sinking feeling settled in my stomach, and dread clenched my chest. Serious about what?
You didn't hear?
Stop. No, I didn't hear anything. What happened?
Seriously, Sam, what rock do you live under? They arrested Gina last night. She's in jail.
Chapter 5. Wait, Gina was in jail? Last night? I asked. They arrested her last night? Annabelle nodded.
It was on the local news. I can't believe you didn't see it.
My emotions swirled, vacillating from deep hurt to utter confusion. Finally, I landed square on anger, so strong I thought I may explode. My hands curled into fists as my cheeks burned. While I'd been trying to convince Jordan of Gina's innocence, he allowed me to babble on, pretending to be listening. Why hadn't he stopped me with the news? To have a great story to tell the other officers about the blathering idiot who wasn't aware of the town's happenings? And what about his comment? Was that all a big joke to him as well? I imagined him with the other deputies as he told the story. And then I said she was pretty. You should have seen the look on her face. The whole conversation was hilarious.
Sam, are you okay? You look like you're going to have a stroke or like destroy the store with your bare hands. What's wrong?
Shaking my head, I didn't know what to do with myself. Get back to work? Go upstairs and try to cool down? Head to the Riverwalk and hope I discover some peace there? Plan out Jordan's murder? That's what Cassie would have done. But once again, this was real life, not a script for me to bring to life. I blew a curl out of my face and decided I needed to leave the store and put some space around me. I'll be back shortly, I grumbled. Will you be okay here by yourself? Her brow furrowed as she studied me for a long moment, then glanced down at the calendar.
I'll be fine. There's one consultation booked, and it should be a short one.
What's it for?
Stomach issues.
Glad to hear that I wouldn't be needed in the immediate future, I spun on my heel, pushed through the front door, and hurried down to the Riverwalk. A plan. I needed a plan. One that didn't involve killing Jordan, if at all possible. No matter how badly I'd like to wrap my fingers around his neck and squeeze until he stopped breathing. I couldn't. Or wouldn't. Laws, rules, jail time, death penalty. All those minor details stopped me. Okay, so what was my next step? Talk to Gina. Would they allow me to? No idea. If I went through with my half-baked plan to murder Jordan, I could probably become her roommate. I needed her to know I was here for her and that I'd do everything in my power to free her. But what would that look like? I'd already gone to the police with our list of possible suspects, and that hadn't turned out well. I was probably the laughingstock of the department. I stopped at the place on the Riverwalk where I found my old boss, Bonnie, dead, and stared at the bushes. Closing my eyes, I could see her pink hat floating there. When I opened them, I sat down at the water's edge, my chin on my knees, my arms wrapped around my shins. Sadness engulfed me. Gina was one of my only friends in Heywood. Heck, probably one of the only true friends I'd had in my life. Although I hadn't been honest with her about my past, she still meant the world to me. I wanted to share my true identity and the horrid story of my husband with her time and time again. But the longer I held my secret, the harder it became to be truthful. I regretted it with each day. Annabelle had encouraged me to come clean to Gina, but swore she'd never do it for me. As she had said, it wasn't her place to share the details of my former life as a Hollywood starlet, and I appreciated her keeping my secrets. But back to Gina. I wasn't going to kill Jordan, no matter how badly I wanted to. Therefore, I wouldn't be her cellmate anytime soon. Certainly they'd allow her visitors. Even those on Riker Island were allowed to see others outside the prison. No way would Heywood be stricter. As I stared at the place where I'd found Bonnie, I realized why I'd stopped at that particular spot. The ache of her loss radiated through me. Having been the woman who had given me a second chance in life, I'd learned to love her in the short period of time before she'd been killed. And then I'd felt I needed to do something to avenge her death, especially when the police had been looking at me as their main suspect. I wouldn't go down for a crime I didn't commit. I wouldn't allow my friend to either. After discovering my husband's murderer and then Bonnie's, I realized I now needed to find Ralph's in order to save Gina. Standing, I squared my shoulders. I'd march into that police station with my head held high and demand to see my friend. Then I'd find out what Gina wanted me to do in the immediate future.
What about her kid, all her rescue dogs, her store, her ghostwriting book business? She'd always had so many balls up in the air, and I'd do whatever I could to keep them lifted for as long as possible. On the side, I'd find her killer. My phone rang as I climbed the hill at the end of the Riverwalk. Hey, Annabelle.
Are you okay, Sam?
Yes, much better.
What happened?
I was just so upset about Gina, I replied. I'm going to the jail to see if I can visit her now and figure out what I can do to help her.
Oh, you can't do that now, Sam. Not until later.
I stopped in my tracks, mere feet away from the front door to the sheriff's office. Why is that?
The delivery to the Pew farm? She just called to confirm the time, and I said you'd be there. I can't call her back and change the time now.
Crud. No matter how much I wanted to help Gina, I had to take care of my own business and keep sage advice afloat. Okay, I sighed. I'm heading back to the store now.
And don't forget the inventory coming in this afternoon, Annabelle said. All that needs to be tallied.
Right. A busy day, to say the least. See you in a bit, I muttered, then hung up. Just as I was passing the sheriff's office, Jordan stepped out. I hurried and returned the phone to my ear as if I were on an important call. With a grin, he waved. Pompous jerk. He's probably laughing at you right now. I'll have to get back to you on that, I said loudly, slightly nodding my head in his direction without returning the smile. After checking the inventory, I'll let you know. His stare bore into my back for at least a block. When I was sure he wasn't watching any longer, I shoved the phone into my pocket and silently cursed him. Somehow, some way, I'd also deal with Deputy Jordan Branson. As I drove out to the Pew farm, I decided I'd make this delivery quick, then head back into town and go see Gina. Annabelle could handle the store while I tried to help our friend. I didn't need the directions Annabelle had written for me in her perfect handwriting. Finding where I'd been thrown into the cow patty was easy, and I simply hung a left on the dirt road across from the scene of the crime. The fence to the property was closed. I put Annabelle's car into park, slid out, and opened the gate. After driving through, I exited and closed it. Orange trees lined the driveway, their branches so thick with fruit they reminded me of a full Christmas tree overloaded with ornaments. Beyond them, green pastures seemed to stretch for miles, and I also noted the cows had been herded back to their proper place on this side of the road. About a half-mile up the dirt road, the white house with green trim came into view. After pulling up onto the circular driveway and parking behind the black Ford pickup, I noted a man sitting on the porch swing, wearing coveralls, cowboy hat, and boots with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He couldn't have looked any more like a farmer if he tried. Deep lines had been etched into his tanned skin, and I pegged him for Mr. Pugh. Time to fake that I was in a good mood and happy to be there instead of speaking with Gina. I smiled and waved as I approached, delivery in hand. Hi there, I called. I'm Sam Jones from Sage Advice. He waved and motioned me up the stairs. Slowly he stood, as if every bone in his body ached with the effort. Ned Pugh, he said, sticking out his hand. As I shook it, I noted the thick calluses of a man who had worked the land his entire life. The wife's inside and expecting you. How's your son? I asked. About as good as can be expected after putting poison in his body, Ned said, shrugging. Put his pathetic butt back in rehab for the last time. I told him he better clean up or don't come home. I'm sorry to hear that. Me too. Nice to meet you, Sam Jones. I've got to plow the back pasture before it's feeding time, so I best get moving. I nodded and watched him until he limped around the side of the house. He seemed like a man beaten by life. But was it from his farm?
or from the trouble his son had caused. With a sigh, I knocked on the door. A moment later, Mrs. Pugh came into view through the screen, drying her hands on a white kitchen towel. She squinted at me, as if trying to place where she'd seen me before. "Can I help you?" "Sam Jones from Sage Advice," I said. "I have your delivery here." As I held up the paper bag and smiled, she nodded. "That's right. I'm Susan, by the way. You were on the street when the ambulance took away my Bobby. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you right away." "It's not a problem," I said as she opened the screen. It was an upsetting time. She shook her head. "That boy? I don't know what to do with him. I swear his father's going to disown him if he can't get his act cleaned up. We need him here, working. Ned and I aren't getting any younger." "Well, I hope he's back soon and ready to take charge of his sobriety." I glanced around the large, spotless living room, done in shades of taupe and yellow. What a lovely home. "Thanks. Raised 3 kids here. Bobby's the last one, and the biggest problem." Noting the framed pictures on the mantel, I saw a young woman wearing a cap and gown standing between Ned and Susan. "That's Erin," Susan said, following my gaze. "She graduated from college last year and is now a lawyer in Phoenix." Her face and voice beamed with pride. "My other one lives here in town and has 2 kids. His name's Craig, works over at Hammer and Nail Hardware. Then there's Bobby." Her smile faded. "Not sure where we went wrong with that one." It wasn't my place to share parenting advice, especially since I had never had any kids. But Hollywood had taught me a lot about addiction. I'd watched many of my coworkers and acquaintances bounce in and out of rehab. "I don't think you did anything wrong," I said gently. "Addiction has to do with genes and the chemical makeup of the body. Bobby's the only one who can turn things around." "Thanks," she said. "I keep trying to tell myself that, but as a mother, I can't help but feel responsible." I couldn't imagine. So I simply nodded as if I understood what she was going through. "If you like, I can have Annabelle put together some herbal remedies that may help him adjust after he gets out of rehab." She stared at me doubtfully. "You have stuff like that?" "Yes, as long as he consults his doctors and they give him approval. They may assist him with withdrawal, anxiety, and depression." "He's got all those things, according to the doctors." "That would be fantastic. Thank you." I handed her the paper bag, grateful I could offer a little help. "Do you have any questions?" She shook her head and took the delivery. "Who would have thought a little purple flower could help so much with a fungal infection?" "Lavender is pretty powerful stuff," I said. "I'm so glad it's working for you." I turned and headed for the door, ready to get back to my plan of helping Gina. "Give us a call if you think of anything and keep us updated on Bobby's progress." I hurried down to Annabelle's car and slid in. Time to head back to town. I had a murder to solve. Chapter 6. After dropping Annabelle's car back at the store, I made my way down to the sheriff's office. A cool breeze sent a chill down my spine. It was time for me to buy a car. When I'd first moved to town, I'd been involved in an accident, and my car had been totaled. With the winter snow right around the corner, I was going to need some wheels. Walking around town was wonderful, but I wouldn't be doing it in 3 feet of snow. Approaching the building, I took a deep breath and steeled myself. If I ran into Jordan, I'd simply ignore him. He'd get his dues later. Right now, I had to focus on helping Gina. Smiling, I flung open the door and headed for the first person I saw. A young woman with short, curly brown hair sitting behind a desk. She lifted her gaze from her computer. "Can I help you?" "I'd like to visit someone being held here," I said, not having the stomach to call my friend a prisoner. "Gina Denner." "Visiting hours start this afternoon," she said, turning back to her computer. "You'll have to come back then." It hadn't occurred to me that there may be certain times when I could see my friend. What time do they start? She pointed at the wall where I found the sign. Visiting hours are from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. No exceptions. I really didn't want to go back to the store and return later, especially with the inventory coming in. Any chance that rule can be broken? I asked, smiling. I've got a busy day. Nope. There wasn't any amount of sweetness or finesse I could use to change the woman's mind. Of that, I was certain. Just as I was about to leave in defeat, the door to the back area of the office opened. Jordan stepped through and smiled, his eyes widening in surprise. Sam, what are you doing here? He honestly seemed thrilled to see me, which threw me for a loop. Perhaps he was a psychopath who wanted to torture me further? Have other conversations where I looked like the fool to tell his buddies about? I wanted to see Gina, I said. You know, the woman you arrested last night? He crossed his arms over his chest. Since you're staring daggers at me, I suppose you're angry I didn't share the news with you over our morning coffee? I shrugged, hoping the gesture conveyed it hadn't been that big of a deal to me when I really wanted to stab his eyes out. Okay, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Gina's arrest. I was too wrapped up in what you were saying. Glaring at him, I noticed we had the receptionist's full attention. To make it up to you, I'll take you back to see her, he said. Fair? I nodded, and he pointed to a chair next to the desk. Take a seat. Brittany will get your paperwork filled out while I put Gina in an interview room. Brittany sighed as I sat down, and Jordan returned to the back. After digging through her desk and pulling out some paperwork, she placed it on a clipboard and handed it to me, along with a pen. Are the two of you dating? She asked. I was so shocked I dropped the clipboard, the pen rolling under her desk. No, absolutely not. Why in the world would you ask that? There's some chemistry there. Not sure if it's outright hatred or passion, though. She leaned over and handed me the pen again. I'd date him in a heartbeat. He's totally hot. Glancing at the closed door, then back at Brittany, I placed her in her mid-20s, young enough to be Jordan's daughter. Well, good luck with that. I turned to the paperwork, my stomach churning with an emotion I couldn't place. Should I warn her about dating older men, or just keep my thoughts to myself? Keep your opinion to yourself. If she wants to date someone old enough to be her father, so be it. She'll learn quick enough that she'll most likely get tossed to the curb once he becomes bored. I finished the visitor form and handed it back to Brittany. After she entered all my information into the computer, she picked up the phone. She's ready, Jordan, she said sweetly, her voice a little airy and a couple of octaves higher. Rolling my eyes, I settled in and stared at the gray wall across the room, hoping Brittany would aim for someone her age. A man like Jordan wouldn't be a good fit. As a former Chicago cop who had moved to Heywood under unknown circumstances, he surely carried too much emotional garbage for a girl her age to be able to handle. Heck, he probably hauled around more than me. A big city cop's baggage compared to a blacklisted Hollywood starlet? Yes, he definitely won. I couldn't imagine the things he'd seen. Just as I was about to share my thoughts with Brittany, the door opened and Jordan waved for me to follow him. Probably for the best. Brittany needed my advice like she needed a hole in her forehead. She's in here, he said, leading me down a hallway with gray walls and flooring. Depressing. First thing you need to do is give me your purse and empty your pockets. Then I'm going to do a quick pat down. Why? To make sure you're not carrying any paraphernalia. Jordan, you know me. What am I going to sneak into Gina? That's the thing, Sam, he replied. I don't know you. In fact, you're one of the hardest people I've ever tried to figure out. So we're going to play by the rules today, okay? It wasn't the first time he'd said that to me, and I still wasn't sure how to take it. What I desperately didn't want him to do was dig into my past. Obviously, he wasn't interested enough to do so, and I considered that a good thing. I set down my bag in the chair he pointed to, and he asked me to turn around. As his hands grazed my body, a hot flash hit me like a speeding train, causing sweat to dot my brow. Hopefully, Jordan wouldn't notice that I was about to spontaneously combust right in front of him. I told myself I was going through this embarrassment for Gina. Good to go. He opened the door to our right, and I entered a small room, also gray. Gina sat at a gray table, her shackled wrists on top of it. Is that necessary? I asked, pointing to her handcuffs. Yes, it's non-negotiable. You've got 10 minutes. I turned back to my friend and studied her for a long moment. Deep purple circles under her eyes, her skin pale and sickly. Her thin frame seemed even smaller in the gray jumpsuit, while her long blonde hair fell in dirty strings around her tired face. Are you okay? I'm in jail, Sam, she replied, rolling her eyes. Of course I'm not okay. As she whispered a string of curses, I sat down across from her, wiping the sweat from my forehead with my sleeve. Gina knew I suffered from hot flashes, so she wouldn't question my flush. They need to do something else with the decor in here, I said. The gray is depressing. Tell me about it. I sighed and shook my head. I've got 10 minutes. We shouldn't be discussing their poor color choices. I'm here to find out what I can do for you, Gina. Should I check in on your son? The dogs? What about your ghostwriting business? The nail salon? Tears welled in her eyes. I talked to Jacob this morning, she said, referring to her son. If you could stop by and tell him I love him, that would be great. He says the dogs are fine. At 17, he could most certainly take care of himself. Gina loved to brag about his maturity and how proud she was of him. Sounds like Jacob has the dogs covered. How's he taking the loss of his father? She shrugged and sighed. Ralph wasn't around much, and when he was, they fought. Jacob didn't like the way he treated me. I think he's taking the death in stride, if that makes sense. He doesn't seem upset. He doesn't seem happy, just accepting it. Interesting. I would think the death of one parent and the other in jail must be an overwhelming burden to the boy, but perhaps I was wrong. I'll talk to him and report back to you. What else can I do? Are you sure about all this? She asked, the tears now freely flowing down her cheeks. You need to run sage advice. I've got Annabelle to help me. Let us help you. She swiped at the tears with her shackled hands, which only fueled my fury at Jordan. Gina wasn't dangerous. My appointment calendar is on my phone, which the cops have, but it's backed up to my computer. If you could call and cancel what I have on the books for File It Away over the next couple of weeks, that'd be great. I'm hoping to make bail. Also, I need to send my ghostwriting clients an email to let them know that they have to find someone else. My list of active accounts is in an Excel spreadsheet on my desktop. Of course, I'll take care of it. Thanks, Sam. I didn't want to saddle Jacob with all of that, so I appreciate you stepping in. I squeezed her fingers and smiled. That's what friends are for. Have you talked to Breckshire? She nodded. He brought in another lawyer to represent me. He's going to try to get me bail. Since I don't have a record and I've lived here my whole life, he thinks he may be able to finagle some deal. That's good news. It's a small town justice system, she muttered. Well, I'm going to find out who really killed Ralph, I said. You shouldn't get involved in this, Gina replied. I'm in here for a reason. Someone wanted me to go down for it. I think it's best to let the justice system run its course and hope truth prevails. I shook my head. Not an option. I am going to find out who did this. Sam, I don't...
The first people I am going to talk to are Buck and Mike, I said. They seem like bad news. They didn't do it, Gina replied, shaking her head. You don't know that. Yes, I do. When I was arrested, both were in here and had been for 2 days. They were picked up for drunk and disorderly conduct and couldn't make bail. They have a rock-solid alibi, Sam. They were behind bars. That took a bit of the wind out of my sails, my determination faltering just a little. That's okay. We'll look at the other people on the list. Please keep my family out of it, she begged. My father's upset enough. I will, I lied. I'd hate to have to turn over one of her family members to the police, but if it freed Gina, I would. The door swung open and Jordan smiled, motioning me out. Time's up. An argument sat on my lips. Had that been 10 minutes? Instead, I stood, waved at my friend, and exited the room. Did you have a good talk? Jordan asked. Cassie's voice rose within me. A smart remark hung on the tip of my tongue, but I decided to hold it. More important things lay ahead of me during the day than verbally sparring with the deputy. I did, I replied sweetly. Thank you for allowing me to see her today. I really appreciate it. He arched an eyebrow and nodded slowly. You're welcome. After gathering my things and flashing him another grin, I hurried back to the store. I had a killer to catch and a cop to embarrass. Chapter 7. After Annabelle and I finished our inventory, I hurried over to Gina's home, racked with self-reproach for leaving the store to my coworker. As the owner, I should be putting in the hours, but instead, I was running all over town trying to solve Gina's problem. Thankfully, Annabelle had given me her full blessing and was happy to help. That didn't soothe my guilt, though. After my own experience of paying the price for someone else's bad deed and being railroaded out of Hollywood because of it, I didn't want to see Gina suffer for something she didn't do. Just like my character Cassie, and As the Years Turn, I hated seeing people suffocate under wrongdoing that wasn't their own. The plot line of me coming to avenge someone who didn't have the strength or means to defend themselves had played out many times in the show. The only reason the fans tolerated my character. They liked seeing the villain get what he or she deserved, even if justice was served up by another villain. I stopped by the grocery store, thinking I'd pick up some items for Jacob. As I grabbed the almond milk and grapes, I realized I was shopping for myself. What did a 17-year-old boy consume? Since I never had kids, I had no idea. Pizza and pretzels came to mind, but what if he was a health fanatic? Gina ate pretty well, so should I assume her kid did also? I picked up some frozen pizzas, grapes, pretzels, and apples. A little of everything should hit the mark. With my groceries in tow, I made my way to Gina's home. The tall, lanky young man with the blonde hair smiled when he answered the door. 4 dogs at his feet, barking at me with tails wagging. Hey, Sam, what are you doing here? We'd met briefly a few times, and I was glad he remembered me. I came on your mother's orders. I'm here to tell you she loves you. His smile faded, sadness clouding his blue eyes. Thanks. I'm going to see her tomorrow. I was too late today. They wouldn't let you in? I asked. He shook his head. I was 10 minutes late. The woman at the desk said visiting hours are strict. Not letting the kid see his mother grated on my nerves, and I wondered if it was Brittany laying down the law or if Jordan and/or the sheriff had been involved as well. I didn't bother to tell Jacob I'd met with Gina that afternoon. Instead, I smiled and held up my purchases. I hope you like pizza? His gaze immediately brightened. I do. Thanks a lot. After he took the bags, I followed him into the kitchen.
A few dishes lay in the sink, but otherwise, it was obvious the kid cleaned up after himself. I helped him put the groceries away, then pet the dogs. The two little brown and white mutts looked as if they were related. The black one, who could maybe be a lab, slobbered all over my arms as he tried to hog all the attention. The blonde girl waited patiently until I had a free palm, then beamed under my caresses. "You need more hands," Jacob said, smiling as he leaned against the counter. "Do you want to take one home?" I shook my head. I can barely take care of myself and the cat, but thanks for the offer. Mom's good at convincing people they need another dog. These four will find a home at some point. He stared at the furry faces with a sad smile, and I was glad he had to look after the dogs. At least that gave him something else to concentrate on besides Gina. "Your mom has some other stuff for me to do on the computer?" "It's in her bedroom," he said, hitching his thumb over his shoulder toward the hallway. "Thanks, Jacob. I'll be back in a jiffy." The hallway was lined with pictures of Gina and Jacob. No sign of Ralph to be found. The two beamed at birthday and holiday celebrations, in Sedona, kayaking down the river, playing with the dogs. Looking at them together only furthered my resolve that I needed to get Jacob's mom home as soon as possible. He may be self-sufficient, but he still needed her. The bedroom, done in sage green and white, held 4 dog beds I needed to step over before I made it to the desk. I fired up the computer and located her calendar. After making the phone calls Gina had requested to cancel her nail salon appointments, I found the Excel spreadsheet she mentioned. Crafting the email took longer than I expected. How did I say my friend was in jail, but she didn't commit a crime and she wouldn't be able to fulfill her writing contracts, and all deposits would be returned or applied to future work? Once I hit send, seconds later, 2 emails came in, both from furious authors who needed their books written. One threatened to burn down Gina's house. "Seems like some of you are a little unstable," I whispered to the screen, not sure what to do. Did I engage? Probably best to let the matter lie. After shutting off the computer, I took a deep breath and tried to clear the toxicity from the emails. Did Gina have to deal with that often? I couldn't imagine she'd take it. In fact, she'd probably give it back worse. With a sigh, I returned to the kitchen where Jacob was heating up one of the pizzas I'd bought him. "Do you want to stay for dinner?" he asked as he rinsed off a knife in the kitchen sink, 4 dogs still at his feet. Frozen pizza wasn't high on my list of edible food, and I almost declined. But what if the kid was lonely and needed to talk? "Sure. Sounds good. Mom's got some wine in the fridge if you want it. There's also soda and some juice." A glass of wine actually sounded wonderful after the day I had. I grabbed the bottle, and he handed me a glass from the cupboard to his left. Once I'd settled in at the kitchen table, he joined me with a soda. "How are you holding up, Jacob?" I asked. "What can I do to make this easier for you?" He shrugged and glanced around the kitchen. "Nothing, really. Mom told me all the bills are on autopay when the cops were leading her out the door. She also left me her bank card and the PIN number, but I noticed there isn't a lot in there." "We'll see what we can do about that," I said. "I'm not totally destitute. I have my part-time job. I just miss my mom." Reaching across the table, I gave his fingers a quick squeeze. "I get it. I'm going to do everything I can to find out who really killed that loser Ralph." He winced. I instantly regretted my words. I was speaking about the child's father. "Sorry about that, Jacob. I shouldn't have said that." "No, you're right," he sighed. "He was a loser. The whole situation is weird to me." "How so?" "Well, I don't think my mom killed him. I mean,
She said she wanted to at least once a month, but that was because we needed money and he owed her child support. And even though I didn't really like my dad, barely saw him, it feels strange that he's gone.
That's understandable, I said. Sometimes late at night, I still missed my husband Gerald, despite the fact he ruined my life and my feelings toward him bordered on downright hatred.
How are you going to find out who killed him? Jacob asked.
With my super sleuthing skills, I said, winking.
Were you a private investigator before you moved here?
I appreciated the innocence in his voice. No, but I'll figure something out. What I did have was almost 3 decades of playing a character who killed people both for her own gain and to right wrongs. So far, that experience had served me well. I'd found my husband's killer as well as Bonnie's. The timer went off and Jacob stood to check the pizza. After declaring it done, he sliced it up and put 2 pieces on a plate for me, then joined me back at the table with his own plate. I took a bite, the roof of my mouth burning so badly I almost spit it out. It tasted like cardboard with pepperoni. I washed it down with a sip of wine. "How's your job going?" I asked, my eyes watering and my mouth feeling as though I was breathing fire. "You work at Hammer and Nail Hardware, right?"
"Yeah, it's fine. What I really want to do is be an actor, but Mom says it's a bad idea."
She's right, you know.
Considering she's never tried to be an actor, I don't know how she can say that.
I had to approach this topic with kid gloves and not give away that I had almost 3 decades of experience and the emotional baggage to contend with. I had a friend who worked in Hollywood. I said, "It's a very difficult place to make a living, especially in acting. You'd be better off going to college or getting an internship in something that interests you."
"Don't you think I'm good looking enough?"
he asked, smiling. Yes. No. In my opinion, no one was ever enough in Hollywood. Everyone was always too something. Too fat, too skinny, too blonde, too pale, too dark. Of course, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man in front of me was handsome. He reminded me a bit of a younger Robert Redford. But that didn't mean Hollywood wouldn't eat him up and spit him out as it did to most people who went there to strike it big. "You're incredibly good-looking," I replied, "and I hope that doesn't sound creepy coming from your mom's friend. But trust me, you're better off putting your efforts somewhere else. Join the local theater group if you want to act." He nodded and took a huge bite of pizza. How was his mouth not burning? "When was the last time you saw your dad?" I asked, hoping to fish around for any information that I may deem useful and change the topic from my former profession to keep my bitterness at bay. If I didn't work at it, that stuff would eat me alive.
"It was a couple days before he died," Jacob replied. "He came to the store, but he didn't see me."
"Does he know you work there?"
"I don't know, but I was hiding. I'll admit to it. I didn't want to see him."
Taking another bite of pizza, I decided I still didn't like it.
"He was on the phone," Jacob continued, "talking to some guy named Gary. I don't know why, but my dad had him on speakerphone."
"What were they talking about?"
"How my dad owed him money from a recent hunting trip. Gary was really angry with him."
I set down my slice. This may lead somewhere. "What else did Gary say?"
"That if my dad didn't repay him, he'd kill him."
My hot pizza forgotten, I sat back in my chair and crossed my arms over my chest. "Did you tell anyone about this?" He shook his head.
"It just sounded like a guy who's hot-headed. I didn't think it was important." "Why? Do you think he could have killed my dad?"
"I don't know," I said, "but it's worth thinking about."
"Well, I figured my mom was always threatening to kill him, so if his friend was, it wasn't a big deal."
My dad made a lot of people angry. That may be the case, but how many people were mad enough to kill him? Chapter 8. The next morning, I went for my stroll along the Riverwalk and came across Mrs. Wallace and her little yappy dog. I waved when the little mutt acted as if it would tear my eyes out, all while wearing a red and white knitted jacket with hearts on it. I smiled as we passed each other, glad Catnip had made it very clear he wanted to stay home and didn't have to be subjected to the 4-pound terrorist screeching at me. All night, I'd been trying to figure out how I could discover who exactly this elusive Gary was. Jacob had been no further help. My only hope was that Gina somehow knew. As I rounded the corner and followed the path up to Comfort Road, I glanced at my phone. Jordan was strolling toward Cup of Goat, right on time. Too bad I didn't have any cyanide on me. I could have ambushed him again, bought him coffee, and watched him die a slow death on the sidewalk. Well, that's what Cassie would have done. These dang laws and the real world always seem to get in the way. But then a thought occurred. If Gary knew Ralph, he was most likely not an upstanding citizen. Maybe Jordan could prove useful in giving me some more to go on, like an address and last name. But did I have it in me to pretend I wasn't upset with him? "You're an Emmy-winning actress," I mumbled to myself. "Get over there and make the scene work." With a long sigh, I threw back my shoulders, walked over to the coffee shop, and entered. 2 people stood in line between Jordan and me, so I'd have to grab his attention after he had his cup in hand. "Black coffee, 2 sugars, and some cream," he said when his turn came. Once his coffee was in hand, he pivoted to leave, and our gazes met. "Good morning," I said. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were following me." He smiled and narrowed his gaze. "Well, considering I was here first, I think the opposite is true." Shrugging nonchalantly, I said, "Could I steal a few minutes of your time?" "What for?" "I was wondering if you knew someone." He glanced around the store. "Should we step outside again?" "That would be great." "Do you want to get your drink first?" I shook my head. "I'm fine without it." "So you are here for me, not coffee," he said. "Detective school served you well," I replied as we went out into the cold morning air. "Winter is on its way," he said, pulling his jacket tighter around him. "I'm not looking forward to shoveling." I hadn't given any thought to shoveling snow. I'd been more worried about getting around town. The idea of clearing the walkway to the store every morning didn't sound the least bit fun. I had a lot to learn about surviving a snowy winter in the mountains of Arizona after living all my life in Southern California. "So what can I do for you today, Sam Jones?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with humor and curiosity. "Who were you interested in besides me?" Ignoring the last part of the question, I replied, "I don't know his last name. First name is Gary. He used to hunt with Ralph. I figured if they were friends, you may have met him once or twice, since Ralph wasn't exactly an upstanding citizen. Those types usually stick together, right?" He nodded. "Yes, they do. Why do you have an interest in Gary?" "Because Ralph's son heard him threaten to kill Ralph over the phone." "He never mentioned it to the police," Jordan said, then blew on his cup, his gaze firmly set on me. "Are you sure he wasn't making up stuff to get his mother off the hook?" "Jacob wouldn't do that." "Desperate people do a lot of desperate things, Sam. His father is dead, and his mother is in jail and will probably spend a very long time there, away from home. At this point, I think the kid will say anything to feel some stability and get his mom back with him." "Well, I think you're wrong. We can either sit here and disagree all day, or you can tell me what you know about Gary."
A shiver traveled over me as the wind picked up. I hadn't dressed warm enough. "Let's get you back to the store," he said. "We'll walk and talk." Surprised he noticed my chill, I readily agreed, but remained wary. I just wanted the information on Gary, not to have any meaningful conversation a walk could lead to. "Gary lives over off Oak Place," he said as we turned and headed up Comfort Road to the store. "He's been in and out of jail at least a dozen times since I arrived in town. From my understanding, he was in trouble as a kid as well, but I never cared enough to actually take a look." "Wouldn't his juvenile records be sealed?" I asked, shoving my hands in my sweater pockets. "Officially, yes. Departmentally, probably not." "Why is that?" I asked. "Because this is a small town, and a lot of corners are cut," he said, sighing, his voice filled with irritation. "Some rules and laws aren't really followed." Did that mean I could poison him and get away with it? Probably not. But it did mean that Jordan was a play-it-by-the-book type of guy, and the small-town sheriff and her lackadaisical ways bothered him. "In any case, he's a bad dude," Jordan said. We walked the next block in silence as I pondered the information. It wasn't much, but a little tingle of excitement lit within me. Gary had threatened Ralph and had a record. He just moved to the top of my list of suspects. Now I had to figure out where off Oak Place he lived. Perhaps Google would be helpful to me in that matter? Or Annabelle. She'd lived in Heywood her whole life. "It's not like I'm looking to make friends with Gary," I said. "I only want to talk to him for a couple of minutes." "You still don't believe Gina killed Ralph, do you?" I shook my head. "It doesn't make any sense." "The evidence is there, Sam. She left a voicemail threatening him. He died in her store." Unfortunately, the only way he could convince me my friend had killed her ex was to show me a picture of her standing over him, holding his head underwater in the pedicure bowl. There simply had to be another explanation. "I'm just exploring other options," I said, flashing him a sweet smile. I didn't want to see my friend put away for something she didn't do. We reached sage advice, and he turned to me. "I appreciate your loyalty to Gina, but at some point, you have to believe the evidence in front of you." "Only after every other possibility has been exhausted. Thank you for the information, Jordan." I laid my hand on his forearm. "It means a lot to me that you'll take time out of your busy day for me." He narrowed his gaze. "Can I expect you to surprise me again tomorrow when I get my coffee?" I honestly couldn't answer. If I needed to sweet-talk him into giving me more information, then possibly. "Well, if I told you, then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?" His gaze bore into my back as I strode up to the store, unlocked the door, and went inside. An hour later, Annabelle showed up in her neon pink parka and a purple turtleneck with a black Billy Idol t-shirt over it. Her jeans had been tucked into neon pink leg warmers, and she wore a pair of multicolored high-top Nikes. "What's up, Sam?" she asked, fluffing her crimped blonde hair. After leaving Jordan on the sidewalk, I dusted the store and written out the deposit slip for the previous day's earnings, all the while trying to figure out the best way to approach Gary. "I need your help." "Sure, what's up?" "This is a long shot, but do you know Gary who lives off Oak Place?" She nodded. "Gary Richer. I've known him since elementary school." My excitement grew. "What do you think of him?" "Oh, Sam, he's a nasty piece of work." "Why?" "How nasty?" "He, came out of the womb a horrible person." She sighed, shaking her head. "In elementary school, he ran around with a pair of scissors and cut off 6 girls' ponytails before he could be stopped." In middle school, he put a firecracker bomb thingy down the toilet and closed the school for 3 days so they could repair the plumbing. High school wasn't any different. He keyed cars, beat up a teacher, and peed all over the principal's desk. As an adult, he's been in and out of jail for theft, assault, and a bunch of other stuff I can't even remember.
Yikes. He sounds awful. And did I really want to tangle with a man guilty of such crimes? Not really. Yet my loyalty to Gina overrode any doubts. Yesterday when I saw Jacob, he told me he heard Gary threaten Ralph over the phone. Her brow furrowed for a moment. Then the proverbial light bulb went off. Sometimes she was a little slow.
You think he killed Ralph?
I think we need to investigate. Her smile faded, but she nodded.
I'll go with you. We'll just have, a little talk with him, right?
Right.
And I'll bring my piece.
I set down my pen, thoroughly confused. Your piece of what?
My gun, Sam,
she said, eyes rolling as if I were the stupidest person she'd spoken with today.
My piece is like my gun.
She rendered me speechless. I'd never known a civilian who owned a gun, but in a town like Heywood, I suppose I should assume that everyone did.
You look so shocked,
she said, giggling.
Like you've just seen a ghost or something.
I'm surprised.
It's okay,
she said, laying her hand on my shoulder.
I shoot all the time. Got my certification at 18. I'm a great shot. So we won't have anything to worry about with Gary. If he gets violent, I'll just plug him in the leg or something.
As I began to rethink my plan, since I didn't realize firearms would be involved, I almost called it off.
This'll be fun,
Annabelle said.
I was one of the girls who had her ponytail cut off. I've been waiting all this time to get my revenge.
I held back a groan. Oh, gosh. What can of worms had I opened? Chapter 9. During the ride out to Oak Place, Annabelle drove with Billy Idol playing at top volume. She belted out every word to White Wedding, fist in the air. Glancing at her, out of the corner of my eye, I tried to decipher where she kept her piece, because I certainly didn't see any bulk under her parka. When White Wedding ended, Annabelle turned down the music, sighed, and settled back in her seat, a satisfied grin on her face.
I just love him to bits and pieces and all things in between.
I smiled, noting the flush in her face. He's a great performer. Her gasp rang throughout the car, followed by a high-pitched squeal.
Wait, did you know him?
She asked, eyes wide as she turned her stare toward me. Pointing back to the road, I shook my head. No, I was backstage during one of his shows, though. I never met him.
Oh my gosh,
she yelled.
That's so darn cool.
The concert after party had been a little wild for me, so I'd slipped out the door to my waiting limo and gone home. After a few moments of sweet silence, Annabelle said,
So tell me about, the casting couch.
Ah, yes, the infamous casting couch. A dirty, open secret in Hollywood for decades. It wasn't until the Me Too movement that the rumors became mainstream facts, and all of America became privy to the underhanded practices of Hollywood's little men. What do you want to know? I asked, unsure how to proceed with the conversation.
Is that how you got your job on As the Years Turn?
Should I be offended or not? Was she saying my talents didn't belong on the soap opera, or was it an honest question? Knowing Annabelle and the fact she had been a diehard fan of the show for 20 years and often remembered plot lines I'd long forgotten, I believed she was truly curious and not insulting me. Nope, I was one of the Hollywood fairy tale stories. I went there after growing up in Oakland, trying to escape my horrible childhood, with no desire to become a star. I just wanted to get away from my mother. My former agent, Max Malone, had driven up to the car wash where I worked and not only given me a $100 tip for washing his Bentley, but also his business card. I recalled the moment I stood over the garbage can, ready to toss the card inside. Something had stopped me, and I'd called him. Shortly after, the modeling jobs had rolled in, and then on a whim, I'd auditioned for the role of Cassie in As the Years Turn. The rest was history that still hurt deep inside, no matter how hard I tried to heal. Maybe some losses didn't heal with time.
So the casting couches don't, exist?
Annabelle asked.
I thought they did when all those actresses came out with stories about stuff like that.
Oh no, they exist. I just never had to deal with it, but I know many who have. We rode in silence for a few moments as I admired the beautiful forest scenery. Trees seemed to stretch for miles, and I hoped we didn't have a run-in with any wildlife. The thought sent a shudder through me, especially since I'd already almost tangled with a deer and ended up wrapped around a tree instead. Suddenly, Annabelle made a hard right, and I caught a glimpse of the street sign as we rounded the corner. Oak Place.
It should be around here somewhere,
she muttered. Are you sure we're in the right place? I asked. The neat, tidy homes we passed weren't where I expected Gary to live. I imagined some cave on the side of a mountain or a hole in the ground.
Yes, this is Oak Place. Let's see. There it is.
On the left stood a mailbox reading Richer. The white home with green trim sat off the street, a tidy swath of green grass in front. A small white picket fence lined the property and circular driveway. I'd have expected a nice church-going family to live here, not Gary, the jerk who cut off girls' ponytails and put firecrackers down the toilet at school. What does Gary do for a living? I asked, getting out of the car.
Besides his illegal activities, he's a roofer.
Huh. I wasn't sure what to say about any of it. First, he surprised me with his darling home, and now I discovered he had a real, honest job. Maybe he wasn't the horrid person Annabelle and Jordan had described. Perhaps he'd changed his ways? But could a black, rotting banana, well past the banana bread stage, change into a fresh green one? No. I had a hard time believing people could make a turn like that as well. Once one went bad, they stayed that way. At least in Hollywood, that had been the case. The people in Heywood constantly surprised me. As we walked up the path to the front door, I noted the healthy rose bushes lining the front porch. I imagined they'd be beautiful in bloom. We climbed the stairs, then Annabelle took a deep breath and knocked, unzipping her parka. "Where's your gun?" I whispered, my hands now shaking with nerves.
Right here,
she said, pulling the coat aside to reveal a black holster at her ribs with a little pink weapon tucked neatly inside. For some reason, I expected her to have something larger. Everything Annabelle did screamed go big or go home. Her hair, her choice of clothing, the colors she chose. But if the little gun worked and could stop Gary from cutting off our proverbial ponytails, then that was all that mattered. She knocked again and sighed.
"I don't think he's home."
"Maybe he's pretending he's not," I suggested.
"No way."
She shook her head.
Curiosity would get the better of him. He'd want to know why two women are standing on his front porch.
Cupping my hands, I glanced in through the side window. The house felt empty. Maybe we should take a look around. My partner in crime and I stared at each other as I weighed the pros and cons of my spur-of-the-moment statement. What would happen if we got caught? We'd get our chat with Gary, hopefully without any violence. If not, we'd know a little bit more about him. I'd hate to have driven out here for nothing. Finally, she shrugged.
Sure, why not? I don't think he's home.
Annabelle followed me as I hurried down the stairs to the right side of the house. A gate to the backyard opened with ease. You should put a lock on this, I muttered, pushing it open.
I'm sure he doesn't expect people to trespass on his property.
Touché. I worried about coming face to face with a territorial dog, but as we rounded the corner, none greeted us. Instead, we found a cute backyard with well-kept grass, a nice porch with white outdoor furniture, and a barbecue surrounded by pots of geraniums. Citrus trees lined the back fence, blocking the view from the house behind.
This is totally super cute, Annabelle whispered. I'd live here in a hot minute if Gary's cooties weren't all over the place.
I nodded, still trying to come to terms with the man Annabelle and Jordan had described, and the one who took such good care of his house and yard. When I pulled on the sliding glass door leading into the house, I found it locked. Relief and disappointment fought for first place. I wanted to break in and see what secrets Gary had hiding behind this pristine exterior, but at the same time, I didn't want to be arrested for something so utterly stupid. Gina needed me outside finding the murderer, not as her cellmate. Annabelle cupped her hands against the window and peered inside.
What's that?
She asked.
Look at that table over there.
Standing next to her, I gazed in. The glass door led to the living room, but to our right was the kitchen, which was where she pointed.
See it?
She whispered.
What is all that?
Small white boxes with black and white labels had been neatly lined up on the kitchen table. At our angle, I couldn't quite see what was written on the box, even though I was wearing my glasses. Maybe I needed to update my prescription. I can't read it, I whispered, squinting.
Me neither. Let's go over there.
She grabbed my hand and pulled me across the patio to another window that would offer us a better view, except we weren't tall enough to see inside.
Let's drag a chair over,
she said. I glanced over at the spotless white furniture, and I worried about leaving footprints or worse, grass stains. After sharing my concerns, Annabelle furrowed her brow.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'll cut my hands together, and you use them as a step stool. Look inside, get a picture of what's on those boxes, then we're out of here.
As she laced her fingers together and bent over, I recalled vivid memories in elementary school of friends helping friends up to the monkey bars in this exact manner, when we all weighed no more than 60 pounds. I don't want to hurt you, I whispered. I weigh too much to do this.
I'm as strong as a gorilla,
Annabelle hissed.
Quit screwing around and I'll boost you up.
Swearing under my breath, I grabbed the small window railing and stepped onto Annabelle's hand.
You're heavier than you look,
she grunted.
Holy cow.
Ignoring her, I memorized the letters on the label and stepped down, pulling out my phone.
What's in those boxes?
She asked, shaking out her hands. I frantically typed the letters as Annabelle looked over my shoulder because I had no idea what the white containers held. Xylazine.
What in the world is that?
Annabelle asked.
Are you sure you spelled that right?
I nodded as my search results populated and my stomach turned when I read them. It's a horse tranquilizer, I said. They use it for horses when they're having surgery, but drug dealers are using it on humans. It's an opioid. We exchanged glances.
People are taking horse tranquilizers to get high?
She screeched. Shh. I glanced around the yard, hoping none of Gary's neighbors had heard her. I don't know if they're using it on purpose, or it's the drug makers who are throwing it in their recipes for good measure. Annabelle narrowed her gaze and nodded.
I think with this find, we can confirm Gary's in the drug trade.
Yes. And I think we can also say the drugs could have been used to sedate Ralph. Gary had said he was going to kill Ralph, and everyone had assumed he'd been drowned in the foot tub at Gina's. I wasn't fully buying that Gina could have physically been able to commit the crime herself, simply because of her size. If I went on the assumption that a man had killed Ralph, I had to believe the floor would have been wetter, simply because the victim would have put up a fight, not stick his head in the bowl and allow someone to drown him, unless he was drugged. And the man who'd said he wanted to kill Ralph had boxes of horse tranquilizer on his kitchen table.
Do you think we found the killer?
Annabelle asked. We got motive and means. Now we just have to figure out how he got into Gina's locked store without a key. Chapter 10. The next morning, I skipped my walk, hoping to catch a little more sleep. I'd done a lot of tossing, turning, and pacing, much to Catnip's loathing. Apparently, me interrupting his living room gymnastics in the dead of night irritated him. Catnip, however, had other ideas. Not only did he dislike me up and about when I should have been sleeping, he also didn't appreciate me sleeping when I should have been up and about. He liked me to keep my schedule. I felt good about Gary being the killer, but how he got into a locked store, that one I couldn't quite figure out. After making coffee and doing some light stretching, I hurried downstairs with Catnip at my heels. I swept the floor, dusted the shelving, and prepared the deposit. While I waited for the computer to warm up, I made more coffee in the back workroom, knowing full well Annabelle would be needing a cup when she arrived with her beagle Jack. I sat down in front of the computer and grinned as I printed out the online orders. Making money while I slept? Paced in the wee hours of the night? Heck yes. Sign me up for that. I went to the front door, flipped the close sign to open, and waited for the first customer. Moments later, Mrs. Pugh strolled in, looking older than she had mere days ago. Mrs. Pugh, I greeted her. What can I do for you? Something was terribly wrong, and I hurried over to help her to the counter. I'm not sleeping, she said. I'm so worried about Bobby. She shook her head as tears welled in her eyes. As a mother, I want to wave a magic wand and make his problems disappear. But at the same time, I know I can't do anything except worry. I've been doing a lot of that. I'm so sorry, I said, pulling a stool from around the corner and setting it in front for her to take a seat. It must be a terrible position to find yourself in. She nodded. Do you have children? No, I don't. It's the most rewarding and most heartbreaking thing anyone can sign up for, she said, wiping her cheeks. Dang kids, rip out your heart. I wasn't sure how to respond, so I hurried in back to grab a box of tissues, then sat quietly until she pulled herself together. Anyway, I was hoping you could give me something to calm my nerves, she said. Have you spoken to your doctor? I asked. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. No, all he'd do is give me pills. I hate pills. Look at what they did to my boy. I want something natural. Who's your doctor? Butte, she spat, as if it were a dirty word. We need to find someone new, but he's the closest. Our area really needed another doctor. Mrs. Pugh wasn't wrong. Butte was a pill pusher, a drug dealer with a license. He and my old boss, Bonnie, had argued about his methods for years. I sighed and clasped my hands on the counter. I'll tell you what, I'll give you some stuff, but if it doesn't work, you go see Butte. Is that fair? Why? Because your anxiety may need something more than what Mother Nature can give you, I said firmly. Herbs were wondrous, but not miracle workers. There was a time and place for modern medicine, and I felt I was looking at a perfect example of that. All right, she said. It's a deal. We're going to stick with lavender, I said. I know we're using it on your fungal infection, but let's try a tincture for your nerves and also some essential oils. Do you have a diffuser at home? She shook her head. I don't know what that is. I explained that she would add the essential oils to water and the machine would diffuse the mixture, making steam. It will be a light scent, but it helps calm the nerves. Can't be anything too heavy or my husband will complain, she said. He may not notice it, I replied. I'll be right back. I hurried over to the tincture shelf and found the lavender bottle, then beeline for the essential oils and grabbed a small bottle there. Back at the counter, I asked, do you want to purchase a diffuser here or somewhere else? If you have one here, I'll take it. No sense in me running all over town trying to find something I don't even know about. In the back workroom, I looked where the diffusers were usually kept and found some other boxes. I remembered Annabelle and I had had a discussion about the best use of space, and we'd decided to move them. Where had we put them? It seemed my dang menopausal brain couldn't remember anything for more than a couple of minutes. Gosh, these old buildings have so much history, she said. Did you know the nail salon used to be a butcher shop? No, I called, opening the lower cabinet. I had no idea. Yes, my daddy ran it. I spent so many years in that store. That's right, the closet. I grabbed a diffuser off the shelf and returned to the front of the store. Pleased I beat my menopausal brain this time. You're all set, I said, stuffing everything into a bag. The diffuser has instructions on how to set it up. For the tincture, use 3 drops under your tongue 4 times a day. It's going to relax you, but not knock you out. You should feel more in control of your emotions. And as always, you can give us a call if you have any questions. I rang up her total and took her card. You ladies are lifesavers, Mrs. Pugh said. I appreciate you very much. That's sweet of you, I said, so happy my first transaction of the day had gone so well. Let us know how you're feeling. As Mrs. Pugh left, Deputy Jordan Branson strolled in, hands on his hips, his lips turned up into a sly smile. Okay, he definitely had a George Clooney vibe going on. He nodded at Mrs. Pugh, then stared at me until the door fully closed behind him. I missed you this morning while getting my coffee. I was beginning to think we had a standing date. I don't date, I said, sighing. Oh, yes, you reminded me of that before. He chuckled, still staring me down. Well, if not a date, an appointment. I was very disappointed when you didn't show. I shrugged, trying to remain calm as heat rushed through me. I hated menopause with every ounce of my being. Sorry, I slept in this morning. How come? Were you busy yesterday? Narrowing my gaze, I couldn't help but think he was alluding to something other than my work at the store. Not particularly. I just didn't sleep well. He walked around the store, glancing at our offerings. He picked up some tinctures, studied them, then set them down. He did the same with a few of the soap gift boxes. Looking for a gift? I asked. If so, it would help to know who you're shopping for. No, I'm not shopping for a gift. I just came by to see why you weren't at Cup of Go this morning. Crossing my arms over my chest, I wasn't sure how to answer him, so I remained quiet while he continued to browse. I had an interesting phone call yesterday, he said, not meeting my gaze, but studying the vanilla bubble bath quite intently. Do you know who Mrs. Gomez is? No idea. Sweet lady. Her family has been around this area since the town was first established. She's one of a kind. That's nice. I haven't met her. I doubt you ever will, he said. She doesn't get out much. She's afraid to leave her house. The only time she does is for a doctor's appointment. I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, she called me yesterday on my cell phone. I gave her the number a few years ago after she had a nervous breakdown in her house. Long story. I wanted her to have my direct line. How nice of you. Heroic. I had a few other smart-mouth things to say, like him being the modern-day Superman, but I kept them to myself. He set down the bubble bath and walked over to the counter, keeping his gaze firmly fixed on me as he pulled out his phone. She sent me these. When he turned his phone toward me, I glanced at the screen. To my utter horror, it was a blurry picture of me and Annabelle in Gary's yard. Well, not quite. Mrs. Gomez had snapped the picture as Annabelle bent over to heave me up to the window. So it was a picture of Annabelle's butt. I was peeking in the house, but it was impossible to see my face, with my curls having a life of their own. Keeping my features neutral, I asked, "What am I looking at?" Two women who are somewhere they don't belong. I took the phone and squinted. I can't even tell if they're women. How can you be so sure? The more I studied the unfocused photo, the more I realized there was no way for him to know for certain that it was Annabelle and me. The only remarkable thing I noticed was Annabelle's neon pink coat and matching leg warmers. I made a mental note to have her stuff those in a closet for a couple of years. I find it odd that the one looking inside the house reminds me a lot of you, Jordan said. Okay, how should I play this? Indignant? Innocent? Shocked? Furrowing my brow, I handed him back the phone, deciding to go with innocence. Why in the world would you say that? I asked, batting my eyelashes for full effect. Maybe it's the hair, he replied, stuffing the phone back in his pocket. Are you sure all that was hair? Maybe that person had on a hat or a wig. Or raccoons nesting on the top of her head. He rolled his eyes. What were you doing in Gary's yard? I have no idea what you're talking about. We stared at each other in a standoff. Okay, Sam, listen carefully to me. You're right. I can't make out who this is in the picture, but I know that it's you. Stay away from Gary's place, okay? I shrugged and shook my head. Jordan, I have no idea where Gary lives. None. I couldn't get there if you asked me to take you. He grumbled something under his breath and turned around and headed towards the door, just as Annabelle was walking in, Jack in tow, wearing her neon pink parka and matching leg warmers. Jordan held the door open for her, and she smiled and greeted him. As she walked toward me, he pulled out his phone and pointed to Annabelle, then the phone. The evidence made it clear exactly who was in the photo. I'd never witnessed anyone else in town wearing such an ensemble, even though Annabelle swore leg warmers were coming back into fashion, and she'd be the first on the trend. Hi, Sam, she chirped while I groaned. Hey, I said. Just as Jordan stepped outside, I called to him, and he turned. Why don't you ask Gary why he's got over a dozen boxes of horse tranquilizer sitting on his kitchen table? Sam, Annabelle hissed, her eyes wide. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? I held my hand out to her. The jig was up because of her clothing choices. We were busted. I'll definitely make sure to do that, Jordan said, arching his eyebrow. You two have a nice day.
You just admitted we were there,
Annabelle yelled once Jordan was out of sight.
Why in the world would you do that?
The neighbor took a picture of us, I said. He's got it on his phone. I didn't bother to mention it had been blurry, and it would have been close to impossible to identify us if it hadn't been for her clothes.
Are we, going to jail?
She whispered, her face paling as tears welled in her eyes. No, we aren't.
Oh, thank goodness,
she said, laying her hand across her heart. But we are going to keep searching for Ralph's killer. Gary was definitely a good suspect, but there were also others that needed to be checked out. And I was more determined than ever to free Gina. Chapter 11. Taking a deep breath, I tapped on the door to the apartment, then stepped back and grinned, hoping to look as friendly as possible without resembling a salesperson. As I waited, I studied the strange little building. 4 units stood side by side, like one would find in a motel off the freeway. Obviously, the place had been around for ages, just like most of the structures in town. I wondered what it had been used for before being turned into apartments. Possibly minor quarters when Heywood was first established? The door was swung open by a heavy woman in her 20s with short brown hair. Yes, she had the most amazing amber-colored eyes I'd ever seen, as well as creamy skin everyone in Hollywood spent thousands of dollars trying to achieve. Interesting. Ralph had been married to a woman young enough to be his daughter. I grinned, despite the bad taste in my mouth. Kathy McCullough?
That's me,
she said, crossing her arms over her chest.
What do you want?
I was hoping to speak to you about your ex-husband, Ralph. She rolled her eyes.
What are you, a reporter?
No, nothing like that. In fact, I tried to avoid any and all press and everyone having anything to do with it.
Then what do you want?
You know he's dead, right?
Of course. Glad to hear it, too.
Seems most of Ralph's exes say the same thing.
He wasn't a nice guy.
Her gaze fell to the floor as a shudder caused her body to quake. Was she remembering her marriage?
We were divorcing,
she said.
All that was needed was for him to sign the papers.
So you weren't technically divorced? She shook her head and met my stare once again.
We hadn't lived together in about 6 months, though. In my mind, we were done the first time he laid his hands on me in a violent way.
Can I come in? I asked. I just want to talk about him.
Let's stay outside,
Kathy said.
I need a smoke.
She turned and hurried inside to fetch her cigarettes. When I peeked in, I found a tidy studio, complete with a small kitchenette. Just a hint of mildew wafted out the door. Frankly, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the building had asbestos as well.
This was the best I could do after I left Ralph,
Kathy said, coming out, shutting the door behind her.
I liked it because it's on the main drag and visible to everyone passing. If he came at me, I had people who would be able to see. Definitely a dump, but it served me well.
As she flicked the lighter, the end of her cigarette burned orange for a brief second. She inhaled deeply, then tilted her head back to exhale the smoke. So what about Ralph? Do you know who Gina is?
No, who's that?
She asked, taking another long drag. Ralph's other ex-wife?
Oh, Gina. Yeah, he mentioned her. She called all the time about the child support he owed. I told him he should pay her. I can't imagine being a single mom and trying to make a living.
What did he say to that?
He told me he'd rather have me cut off one of his fingers than give money to Gina. The hate between those two ran pretty deep.
To put it mildly. How did you meet Ralph?
I was bartending at Hold Your Horses, and he came in. At first, I wasn't interested because he was older, but man, that guy could sweet talk like coloring off an M&M.
She snorted and shook her head. And you fell for him?
Not at first. I thought he was a nice guy, but I had no interest in dating someone old enough to be my dad. But then the flowers started arriving. He'd bring me small gifts, tell me I was the prettiest thing he'd ever seen. Being a bartender, I hear that stuff a lot. From men who are looking to find their way into my pants, if you know what I mean.
I'm sure you do, I said, understanding her perfectly. You're very pretty.
Thanks,
she said, her cheeks reddening. At what point did you fall for Ralph? I asked. She sighed, then took a long drag of her cigarette. Should I tell her that her flawless complexion wouldn't remain the same if she kept smoking? Nope. Probably best to keep that advice to myself.
I suppose it was that night when the bar was super busy, a 3-day weekend or something. He got up on top of the bar and yelled that one day I'd be his wife. Then he turned to me, got down on one knee, took my hand in his, and said, I love you, Kathy. I know it ain't today and maybe not tomorrow, but one day you'll love me the way I do you. We belong together.
While he was on top of the bar? She nodded.
I remember being angry at first because I'm supposed to try to keep the bar sanitary, and he had his dang shoes on up there. But then I heard what he said. It was so romantic.
I would say so, I replied, but found the whole scene a little strange and fairly unromantic. Assuming he was also drunk, it was like something out of a bad movie.
But after I left him, I sort of analyzed that night.
She continued.
See, I found it weird he did that on top of the bar. Why not kneel on the floor like every other guy does? But then I thought, maybe it was his unconscious way of giving me a preview of our lives together.
She lifted one hand above her head.
He was way up here, while I'm down here. It's a powerful position to be in, so far above someone else.
Listening intently, I wondered if she was onto something, or if she was reading more into the situation than was actually there.
Do you get what I mean?
She asked, lowering her hand and taking a long pull from her smoke. I do, I said. Perhaps she was right. Maybe that was Ralph's way of subconsciously letting her in on her future. When did the abuse start? I asked. Before or after you were married?
Oh, definitely after,
she said.
I was his queen until about 2 months after we married. I left about 6 months later.
How did the abuse start?
When I burnt dinner one night, that jerk knew I couldn't cook. Before we got married, we used to joke about it, especially when I'd mess up in the kitchen. He'd always say I couldn't even boil water, which isn't that far from the truth.
I wasn't sure how to ask my next question, but decided to be direct. Kathy had been very forthcoming while telling her story. Why did you stay? She sighed, dropped her cigarette, and ground it out on the pavement with the toe of her sneaker.
It's weird being in that place. See, he told me he didn't want me working after we were married, so I quit Hold Your Horses. I was totally dependent on him. He said he wanted a more traditional relationship.
What did that mean to him? I asked.
That he'd work and I'd keep the house. I was home most of the day by myself, and I'll admit it, at first I liked it. But after a while, there's only so many talk shows you can watch.
Did you tell him you wanted to go back to work?
Sure did. He told me I was ungrateful and smacked me across the face.
My blood boiled as I imagined his hands on such a pretty complexion. Between Kathy's story and the ones I'd heard from Gina and Annabelle, I figured the world was a much better place without Ralph in it. How did you finally get out? I asked. She smiled, then pursed her lips together.
I started stealing from him. Little here, little there. He left cash in his pockets all the time, so I'd skim it. I was also in charge of paying the bills, so I'd take some from my stash every month. When I was sure I had enough to make a clean cut, I left one day while he was at work and moved into this lovely place.
What did Ralph do for work? I asked.
Well, his official job was helping with roofing jobs.
Roofing.
Yeah. I can't remember the guy's name. George? Gerald?
Gary? I asked hopefully. If I could make the connection between the two, it would be one more nail in Gary's proverbial coffin.
Yes, that was it, Gary. They used to hunt together, but Ralph owed him a lot of money. Gary told him to come work it off, so he did.
I'd come here to see if Kathy would drop any clues about her possibly committing the murder, but instead, she'd unknowingly led me back to the theory of Gary being the killer. And was Ralph involved in other ventures? I asked. According to Mrs. Pugh, he was. She said he'd delivered the drugs that had left Bobby wandering around naked and passed out in the street.
Heck yes. He helped Gary move product, and all that money was completely under the table. He had the money to pay Gina, but never did.
Product? She rolled her eyes and shook her head.
Yes, product.
Okay then. I was pretty sure we'd agreed that meant drugs, even though neither of us had actually said the word. Did the state deduct the child support from his paychecks? I asked.
Nope. Gary paid him under the table. His paychecks were a pittance compared to what he actually made. The state said he didn't make enough to have anything taken out. According to them, we were barely getting by.
Gary knew exactly how to keep his money to himself and not pay Gina what was owed to her. If he didn't keep the money in the bank, where did it go? I asked. She glanced right, then left, as if she was going to tell me a secret. Leaning forward, she whispered,
The walls.
The walls?
Yes, he put it in the walls.
My dead husband, Gerald, and I had a few safes hidden around the house. I'd never heard of anyone storing anything valuable in the walls. What if the house burned down, as mine had? What then? At least a fireproof safe could be recovered. Money stuffed in the walls would be gas for the flames. How much do you think he had? I asked.
Not sure. I just came back from the house and pulled out about 10 grand.
Wow, I said. That's a lot of money.
Right? I mean, I'm sad that he died, but technically, I'm still his wife, so it belongs to me now.
I pursed my lips, trying to hide my smile. Kathy had known where Ralph hid the money, so she had motive. She also had been aware Ralph was peddling drugs, and if he worked with Gary, I could assume that included horse tranquilizer. For all I knew, there were boxes of it lying around Ralph's house as well. Kathy could have drugged him, brought him to Gina's, and let her take the fall. Except, how would she get into the building? She didn't have any connection to Gina besides Ralph.
Who'd you say you are again?
Kathy asked.
I don't think I caught your name.
Sam, I said. Gina's in jail for Ralph's murder, so I'm trying to help her out and find who really killed him.
Oh, it was her,
Kathy said.
She threatened to do it more than once. I heard that with my own ears.
I nodded and smiled. Well, we'll have to see about that. I was wondering, are you going to give Gina the money she's owed from your stash? Getting that cash would be a boon for my friend. I know some months she barely scraped by, and add her legal bills on top of it, she needed all the help she could get.
Why in the world would I do that?
Kathy asked.
The money's mine. I don't owe her anything. Ralph did.
Thanks for your time, I said, instead of punching her in the face like I wanted to do. I turned on my heel, feeling pretty good about Kathy as the murderer. "What did you say your last name was?" she called. I smiled and waved over my shoulder, ignoring her question. Kathy had access to the drugs needed to sedate Ralph, and the money in the walls was a perfect motive. Dump him in Gina's shop and she'd take the fall for it. Kathy wouldn't even be on the radar, especially since Gina had been so vocal about her feelings for Ralph. All I needed to do was to figure out how Kathy had entered the building. Chapter 12. When I returned to the store, I found Annabelle cheerfully chatting with a girl in her late teens who had been in before. Both looked my way as I weaved through the display tables. As I set my bag down behind the counter, I tried to remember the young woman's name. I also realized there was something drastically different about her, but I couldn't place that either. "Look," Annabelle said. "Look at how well the comfrey soap is working for Monica." That's right. The girl had acne, and Annabelle had been working with her for months, trying to figure out a gentle solution. As I recalled what she'd looked like the first time she came in, depressed, with horrible acne she tried to hide behind with her long dark hair, Monica beamed at me, a totally different person. With her dark locks pulled back, her almost clear skin appeared smooth and calm, not angry and red as it had before. "You look beautiful," I said, my heart swelling. I loved helping people who were at the end of their rope, just like Monica had been. After trying all the pharmaceutical concoctions available with little or no success. "Thank you. It feels so much better. It doesn't hurt anymore." We chatted a few more minutes about school and the upcoming winter dance. Then I excused myself when Annabelle turned the conversation back to what the next steps would be. In the back room, I plunked down on a stool and sighed. Catnip greeted me by rubbing himself all over my pant legs, then jumping into my arms. I gave him a squeeze, glad I'd adopted him after Bonnie's murder. Even though his nighttime antics drove me crazy, I was happy to have him in my life. A few minutes later, Annabelle walked in, smiling, and pulled over a stool to sit down across from me. "How did it go with Kathy?" she asked. My phone rang. Glancing at the screen, I realized Jacob was calling. I picked up immediately while setting Catnip down on the floor. "Jacob, is everything okay?" "Hey, Sam. Not really. I'm running really low on money." I sighed and rubbed my forehead with my thumb. Who wasn't? "Okay. Will the light stay on for a few more days?" "Yeah, I used my paycheck to get some groceries and dog food, and now I'm almost out." "Okay. I'll have some for you in the next couple of days." "Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it." I hung up and turned to Annabelle. "That was Jacob. He needs some money." "Oh, no. I can chip in 100 if needed." "Thanks. That's sweet of you." "Now go back to your talk with Kathy." "My conversation with her was interesting," I replied. "What did she say?" I gave her a brief recap. "The walls?" she shrieked. "He kept money in the walls? What the heck?" "It's weird, I know." "And she's not going to give Gina any of what she's due?" I shook my head. Kathy said that Ralph owed Gina, she didn't, so why should she pay? As Annabelle narrowed her gaze and ran her hand over the dozens of silver bracelets she wore, I wondered what plan she was cooking. "We'll see about that," she muttered, then turned to me and grinned. "Didn't Monica's skin look beautiful?"
Yes, you did an amazing job. I was worried the tea tree oil I added in would be too harsh and dry her skin out, but I'm so pleased with the results. Do you think we should add the soap to the online store? Is it generic enough to help others, or did you specifically make it for Monica? As we discussed launching an acne line, the front door chime rang. Annabelle peeked around the corner. What the heck is he doing here? I stood and hurried to the front room, our pets at my heels. A low growl escaped from Jack as I sized up the man at the counter. About my age and built like a tank with a scruffy beard, there was something familiar about him, but I couldn't place exactly what it was through my fuzzy menopausal brain. Can I help you? I asked, feeling intimidated by his sheer size. I'm looking for Sam. Oh, heck. That's me, I said, flashing him my friendliest grin. What can I do for you? I'm Gina's brother. That was it. I now noticed the resemblance around the eyes. She said you wanted to talk to me? My stomach twisted with confusion. Gina had said under no circumstances were we to ask her brother about Ralph's murder. My name is Vic, by the way, he said, extending his hand over the counter. I was visiting Gina in jail. She told me to come speak to you about Ralphie's demise. A small, satisfied smile crossed his face. Well, thanks for coming in, I said, taking his hand in mine. Based on the calluses and roughness, I'd have wagered money he worked with his hands if I were a betting girl. I appreciate it. I didn't know where to start. Asking if he had killed his sister's ex right off the bat seemed a little sudden and rude. How is she doing? She's fine. Tough as nails, that one. She's in there giving everyone a headache. She'll come out of it okay. Even if she ends up spending years behind bars for murder? I'm glad to hear that, I said. Annabelle emerged from the back room. Hey, Vic. Haven't seen you around in a while, he replied. How's everything going? Great, she chirped. I miss Gina, though. We need to get her out of jail. He nodded but remained silent. The three of us stared at each other for a few uncomfortable seconds. Let's just get this out in the open, Vic said. I didn't kill Ralphie. Did I want to? After what he did to Gina? Heck yes. I have a bullet with his name engraved on it, so I'd have gladly put it in his head at any time. He didn't die by a bullet, Annabelle said. Would you have done him in some other way? Vic threw his head back and laughed. Trust me, I've thought of every way to kill the jerk. No, I didn't murder him. One time, I told him I'd lodge my gun where the sun don't shine if he didn't start paying Gina. Cringy. He didn't listen very well to you, did he? Annabelle asked. Vic shook his head. No, he didn't. After many years, Gina told me to drop it, but I didn't. I stopped by every now and then to rough him up a bit and make a few threats. Do you know how he died? I asked. Gina said something about someone drowning him in the foot bowl at the nail salon. I watched him carefully for any flicker of guilt. Instead, he laughed again. I've thought of a lot of ways to get rid of him, but that one never occurred to me. I'll definitely give the killer props for creativity. So Gina sent you here? I asked. Yes. She said you were poking your nose around into Ralph's death, and she wanted me to come and tell you I didn't kill him. Now that I've done as she asked, I should be heading out. He turned and walked toward the door, stopping once he reached it. Sam, are you married? I shook my head. No. You and I should go out. I'll show you a great time. Annabelle snorted as I smiled. Thank you for the offer, I replied. However, I don't date.
What do you mean you don't date? Vic asked. Go out and have a little fun? What are you, a nun or something? I lost my husband not too long ago, I said. I'm not interested in dating anyone. Well, that's too bad. When you're ready to get back into the game, give me a call. As he strolled out of the store, I hated that I'd used my lying, sorry sack of a man, dead husband as a way to decline the invitation. Why couldn't I just say I wasn't interested? You've got another one hot for you, Annabelle said. You're like the girl all the boys want to date. Except we were all in our 50s, and I carried so much baggage. Some days it felt too heavy to put one foot in front of the other. It would be a long time before I could sort through it and call myself fit for trying to build a romantic relationship. Heck, I couldn't even be honest with Gina about my past. The only one who knew the full truth was Annabelle. I don't want the attention, and I don't want to date, I grumbled. Picking up a rag from under the register, I proceeded to busy myself with dusting that had already been done while I processed the conversation with Vic. He'd admitted to threatening Ralph and to beating him up every now and then, but he swore he hadn't killed him. Although I appreciated his honesty, it made him seem guilty. Why wouldn't he go one step further, beyond threats and bullying, and finally make good on his promises? But if he did kill Ralph, would he leave him in his sister's place? Surely he'd know she'd go down for the crime. Or maybe he thought it was better to take a gamble and she'd be found innocent. If anyone on my list of suspects had access to the building, it would be him. Or Gina's family in general. Maybe it was time to consider her father as well. The door chimes rang again, putting an end to my ruminations. Unfortunately, Deputy Jordan Branson sauntered in, carrying 2 cups of coffee, his smirk firmly in place. I rolled my eyes, let out an audible sigh, and didn't bother to hide my irritation at his presence. What? Is that any way to speak to the person who brought you an afternoon caramel latte? Goodness, that sounded wonderful, and just what I needed. After setting down my rag, I took the cup from him and smiled. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, I should be nice to the person who brings me afternoon lattes. Although sleep would be difficult to come by later, I drank greedily. Not too hot, not too cold. Perfect. Oh, that tastes good, I whispered, then met his gaze. What's this about? I feel like I'm being bribed. Nope, no bribery. Just thought I'd drop in and see how things are going. I glanced over my shoulder to see Annabelle must have retreated into the back room. Everything's fine. Did you arrest Gary? He shook his head. Seems he's out of town for a few days. Maybe he killed Ralph and decided to take a trip? My heart skipped a beat at the news. It made Gary look even guiltier. And I'd say he was the killer, except I still hadn't worked out how he would have entered the building. It's a possibility, Jordan said, taking a sip of his own coffee. We did get the toxicology reports back on Ralph. He'd taken xylazine, otherwise known as horse tranquilizer. Yep, Gary did look guiltier with every passing second. It's the same stuff Bobby Pugh took, he continued. The sheriff's worried we've got an epidemic on our hands, and we don't even know it. That's a shame, I said, tucking a curl behind my ear. But Gary sure seems guiltier. Jordan grunted, neither confirming nor denying my statement. Do you remember a while back when you and I agreed that we should become friends? He asked. The turn of conversation caught me off guard. Yes? Why haven't we done that? His green gaze was so intense, I had to look away. And why, oh why did I always have a hot flash when he was around? How to answer? Because I wanted my life to be as uncomplicated as possible, and keeping Jordan at an arm's distance helped achieve that. Because I was terrified he'd discover my past, and what little of a relationship we did have would change. That he'd somehow think I was partially responsible for Gerald's fraudulent scheme, not to mention the fact he'd broken my trust more than once. I'm here to invite you to go on a hike with me this weekend, Jordan said. It's not a date. It's two people enjoying nature. What do you say? No, absolutely not. Just days ago, I wanted to poison him. Okay, I replied. I mean, he had bought me coffee. I can get away for a couple of hours. Excellent, he said. I'm going to leave now before you change your mind. Turning on his heel, he strode out the door. I stood watching him, sipping my coffee until he was no longer in view. Well, little Miss Hollywood has two men after her, Annabelle said. Who will win her heart, the cop or the horse wrangler? A small-town love triangle. It's the perfect plot for a Hallmark movie. A smart-mouth answer sat on the tip of my tongue until her words fully sank in, and I turned to her. Horse wrangler? Is that what Vic does? She nodded. Out at the Diamond Farm, they run a horse ranch. He's like in charge of training and breeding. I knew absolutely nothing about horse ranching, but I'd bet my store they had access to horse tranquilizers. Chapter 13. The next morning, I strolled down the Riverwalk, coffee in hand. I wanted to go for a run, but the cool morning air had my knees protesting. A few months before leaving Hollywood, I'd visited an orthopedic doctor who had suggested I quit jogging because my knees were starting to wear, and if I kept it up, a knee replacement would most likely be in my future. Although I still ran when I felt good, a brisk walk was also beneficial. Everything had been fine until I turned 50. That seemed to be the golden age for the body to begin its downhill slide. Thankfully, I owned an herbal shop and employed a wonderful, knowledgeable herbalist to help me fight it. She had me on a few different herbs and tinctures to battle menopause symptoms and the decay of my joints. Each day I felt a little better. Herbalism wasn't a quick fix, but a slow one. A gradual buildup of armor against what ailed me within the body. As I approached the bridge, I noticed Doug lying on his mattress, holding a book in the air above him. How he survived in the cold, I'd never understand. And why he lived under the bridge was also a mystery to me, especially since he was related to the mayor. Why not get a roof over his head? It was my understanding that living there was Doug's choice. It had also come to my attention the police had strict orders to leave him be. Good morning, Doug, I said when I was in earshot. He sat up and turned to me. Black, greasy hair framed his thin face and long beard. Sam, top of the morning to you. Wrapped in blankets and a stained parka, he still shivered slightly. I handed him my coffee. I brought you something warm to drink. It looks like you need it today. He took the cardboard cup and smiled gratefully. I appreciate you thinking of me, he said. You're very kind. As he sipped the caramel latte I'd been looking so forward to consuming, I sat down on the cold pavement across from him. I found Doug to be a fascinating man, an open drug addict, but also one of the most intelligent people I'd ever met. His reading choices never failed to surprise me. What's on the reading list today? I asked.
Tiny Habits by B.J. Fogg, he replied. It's a wonderful book. Little steps lead to big changes. For instance, instead of attempting to meditate for an hour on your first try, take a few breaths instead. The next day, take a few more. In the case of exercise, start with a few push-ups on day 1 instead of an hour-long workout. Slowly build up.
Are you thinking of making some changes? I asked, wishing I had brought 2 coffees with me when a shiver traveled down my spine.
Possibly, he said, smiling. Possibly.
My respect and caring for Doug was genuine, and I always worried I'd find him dead one day from an overdose. But I also understood someone couldn't be helped unless they were ready to put in the work. Well, if you decide that's the path you're ready to take, we can give you some stuff to make things easier.
You and Annabelle?
I nodded, hating I'd had this exact conversation a few days ago with Mrs. Pugh about her son. Drugs were everywhere and seemed to touch everyone's life in some way. Some suffered from using the drugs, others because of what the drugs did to their loved ones. After you see a medical professional, of course, we can treat you.
Of course, I'll keep that in mind.
He took a long sip of his coffee, then stroked his beard.
I heard about Gina.
Yes, I don't think she did it. He chuckled and shook his head.
I think you may be the only one, Sam.
What does that mean?
I overhear a lot of conversations here. People don't pay me much attention, and they speak freely. Everyone says she's guilty. She threatened her ex-husband, and he died in her building. People say it doesn't get much clearer than that.
That's the story, I replied.
But you don't believe she did it.
I shook my head.
Why, Sam? Why do you doubt the police?
I don't believe it because it's Gina. She may talk tough, but she's not. She'd never kill anyone.
You're preaching to the choir, Sam,
he said.
We're in agreement on her character. Gina's always been very kind to me. I love it when she brings her dogs by. We sit and talk while I get to pet her pack. Sometimes she even brings me a sandwich. She's a good woman.
I sighed and ran a hand over my curls. I'm looking for Ralph's killer. He nodded.
I figured as much. You're the type of person who wouldn't let her friend go down for a crime she didn't commit without doing everything in your power to help her. You're a kind person, Sam.
Thanks, Doug, I said, appreciating he thought so highly of me. That's sweet of you.
How's the investigation going?
I haven't found any glaring evidence fingering someone else, I replied, but I have found enough to know other people need to be scrutinized.
Have you brought your concerns to the police?
Yes, I talked to Jordan Branson, but he seems to think they've got the case locked down and there's no room for any other suspects.
Did he say why?
Mainly because Ralph was found dead in Gina's building, and she was the only one who had a key. Doug took a sip of coffee and glanced out from the bridge toward town.
This place is old, Sam. Most of these buildings are the originals from when the town was first discovered. Sure, there have been a few upgrades here and there, but it was put into law long ago that the buildings must maintain the original design.
I wasn't sure what the turn in conversation meant, but I half listened, figuring it had something to do with the drugs he consumed. Perhaps his brain had short-circuited, leading to the wayward thoughts?
Every now and then a developer comes in and tries to buy up a few of them. Not only do the owners not want to sell, but they can't. It's in the town law and based on historical preservation.
I recalled a developer approaching me about sage advice right after Bonnie's death. Never in a million years would I sell. I'd made a promise to Bonnie I wouldn't, but the store was an intricate part of me starting over, and moving forward with my new life after Hollywood. Having said that, I had no idea it would have been illegal for me to sell. But we can sell to someone who will keep the building as it is, right? I asked, now just curious. I had no inclination of putting sage advice on the market. Absolutely, Doug said. Okay, good to know. You got to town not too long ago, he said. Are you thinking of leaving us already? I shook my head, just wondering what the protocol was. I'd never heard of such a thing. The powers that be in this town have an interesting way of handling upgrades, he continued. I wasn't sure where this history lesson would lead, but I encouraged the conversation. What's that? Every few years, they pay for major renovations. The last time was about 20 years ago when they replaced the windows on every building along the river. It's my understanding that the roofs will be done in the next year or so. The people who run this town have an interest in keeping things the way they are. People like coming here for the outdoor activities, but also because Heywood, it's darn near perfect. I glanced out from under the bridge and heard the water running. Having been all over the world, I had to agree with Doug. I'd seen some amazingly beautiful places. The shores of some of the most pristine beaches, cities with enormous skyscrapers, breathtaking mountaintop views, but none of them compared to Heywood. The town was almost magical. It would be hard to imagine anything changing here, I said. It doesn't need any upgrades. Agreed. He cleared his throat. So what's on your agenda for the rest of the day? I shrugged. Just work. Annabelle and I are considering launching a new acne line, but we need to go over the costs. I was thinking maybe I'd stop by and visit Gina, see how she's doing. Sounds like you have a full day ahead of you. We sat in silence for a moment, and I listened to the river, my butt now numb from sitting on the cold concrete. I turned back to my friend. Based on what you know, what you've heard from people gossiping while passing by, who do you think killed Ralph? I'm flattered you're asking for my opinion, he said, but I really don't have an answer. Sure you do, I prodded. You're a smart guy. I know you've given it some thought. He sighed and stared at the ground between us for so long, I wondered if he had gone to sleep. Finally, he said, I can't give you a name because I simply don't know. However, I'd look for someone familiar with the town history. Considering most of the suspects were lifelong residents or had lived in the area for ages, that included just about everyone. I nodded and stood, glad Doug was okay, but feeling as though I had wasted a lot of time discussing the murder with him. Take care, Doug. I'll be by to see you soon. Thank you again for the coffee, he replied. We're supposed to get the first winter storm this week, so make sure to bundle up. I waved over my shoulder. And remember what Pearl S. Buck said, Sam. If you want to understand today, you have to search yesterday. Right. Whatever that meant. I returned to the store just as Annabelle arrived, far giddier than I'd seen her recently. Thick blue eyeliner framed her eyes, and her hair stood on end on top of her head in a thick ponytail, the strands cascading down to resemble a water fountain. She carried a red leather bowling ball bag. Oh my gosh, she squealed as she bounced into the store. I have something to tell you. Where's Jack? I asked. At home. Listen. She set the bag on the counter. You're never going to believe what I've done. I'm sure I won't. I eyed the bag warily. Wasn't there a movie where a head was found in a red leather bowling ball bag? Are you going to, guess? She asked, practically vibrating with excitement. I shook my head. My thoughts are going in some pretty weird directions, I replied. Why don't you just tell me what you've done? Rolling her eyes, she slowly unzipped the bag while I took a step back. Look, she whispered, her eyes dancing. I glanced in and my stomach dropped as my jaw went slack. No heads to be found, but I couldn't wrap my mind around what I saw. Annabelle, where did you get all that? We both turned as the front door chimes sounded, and Jordan Branson strolled in. Good morning, ladies, he said, carrying a travel tray with 3 cup-of-go coffee cups. Annabelle and I exchanged glances, and panic overwrote her glee. We were in so much trouble. Chapter 14. If this were a movie, Annabelle and I would play it ultra cool until we realized the cop was onto us. Then we'd beat him up, tie him to a radiator, and hurry off into the sunset. The final scene would be of us drinking fruity cocktails, complete with an umbrella, in a little hut located on a white sand beach. Instead, a hot flash hit me. Annabelle paled so badly she looked as if she may pass out, and I dropped the bag onto the floor behind the counter and fought a curse as it landed on my foot. I coughed, hoping it would cover the sound of the thump when it hit me. Jordan's smile faded as he approached. Are you two okay? Definitely George Clooney vibes. Funny how that happened when I wasn't mad at him. Annabelle and I nodded as I continued to cough.
We're a little under the weather. I think we both have a bug.
I'm sorry to hear that, he said, furrowing his brow. Is there anything I can do? Annabelle stood rigidly next to me, her eyes wide as she stared at the deputy. I leaned over and coughed again, hitting her in the ribs with my elbow.
I think the best thing you can do is stay away, she blurted. Sam's feeling really awful. I think she gave it to me.
Then she began hacking as well, her fear overriding any acting skills she may have had. I bought each of you two a coffee, he said, taking one of the cups, then setting down the tray on the counter and stepping away. That's really nice of you, I said, standing to my full height. I think you better leave, though. It's germ heaven in here. We wouldn't want you to catch the bug. You do look a little flushed, Sam. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do? Run to the store and grab some medicine?
We have all the medicine we need right here, Annabelle said. We do run an herbal apothecary, but to help us out, you can, leave.
Okay, not subtle in the least bit. And based on Jordan's surprised expression, he hadn't been expecting such rude behavior. As he narrowed his gaze, I said, I think what Annabelle means is that we don't want to see you sick, so it's best if you go. I glanced over at her and she nodded. Okay, I guess our hike this weekend is canceled? He asked. I'd totally forgotten about our plans, and relief swept through me as I realized this sham illness was going to get me out of it. After saying yes on a whim, I'd been regretting I accepted the invitation. I think it's best. Who knows when this bug is going to clear up? I hacked again for some good measure. If he didn't leave soon, I may have to make myself vomit. Let me know if you two need anything, he said, finally heading for the door.
Thanks again for the coffee,
Annabelle called. We remained frozen in place until the door shut and he was out of sight. Then I turned to Annabelle. What in the world have you done?
I got Gina what's rightfully hers.
Cursing under my breath, I hurried to the front of the store and locked the door. Then I returned to the counter, grabbed the bag, and headed for the back room. Come with me, I said, taking Annabelle's hand. After placing the bag on the counter, out of eyesight from anyone passing by outside, I shook my head. What did you do? I asked again. She opened it and removed some boxes of the horse tranquilizer, xylazine, and stacks of money, all different denominations, ranging from brand new to used so badly they should be retired. Where did you get this? I asked.
Ralph's house. Kathy wasn't lying. He's got so much money buried in the walls, it's like crazy.
You broke into his house? I asked, barely able to believe what I was hearing. With a sledgehammer to knock down walls? She shook her head.
I had a small saw I used to cut tree branches. I didn't need it, though.
I stared at the money lying on the counter and the remaining bills in the bowling ball bag that Annabelle had stolen. Explain to me exactly what you did, step by step.
Well, yesterday you told me about the money in the walls. I went over there last night around midnight and parked a few blocks away. I walked to the house and...
Did you have your neon pink parka on? I interrupted. Please say no.
Of course not. I wore all black, silly goose. What do you think I am? Like stupid or something?
Sometimes the answer was a resounding yes, like now.
Anyway, the door was unlocked,
she continued.
I walked right in and turned on the flashlight in my phone. The place was a mess. Lots of holes in the walls.
Kathy had mentioned she'd been in the home, so I had to assume she was the one who'd carved up the sheetrock. So you just took stuff? She nodded.
I shined my light in one hole, saw the horse tranquilizer and the money, and I grabbed that. Then I went to a couple other openings and found more money. The only thing was I forgot to bring a bag.
She snickered and rolled her eyes.
Imagine going to rob someone and not bring something to carry out my goodies. I don't excel at criminal behavior, do I?
Where did you get the bag? I asked, a sick feeling twisting my gut.
From a room. It was tucked away in a bedroom closet. I just removed the bowling ball and used the bag.
Why in the world did she think this was a good idea?
So
then you just stuffed the bag with your findings? I muttered.
Yep. Don't you see? We can give the money to Gina's kid. He'll be fine until you find the killer and she gets out of jail.
I stared at the cash piled on the counter, bile rising in my throat. Did anyone see you? I asked.
It was the middle of the night. No one saw me.
I imagined some guy across the street getting up in the early morning hours for a glass of water and observing Annabelle walking out the front door of a dead man's house. Maybe snap a picture of her to turn in to the police today. And what about Kathy? As the owner of the house, surely she'd report the theft.
Kathy owns that house, I said. Technically, she was still married to Ralph since the divorce papers hadn't been signed. She'll call the police.
Annabelle rolled her eyes again.
What's she gonna do? Fill out a report claiming that someone stole the drug money? Not to mention the drugs themselves her stupid husband kept in the walls? That there were no actual drugs taken? Then what? Is Sheriff Mallory going to look for the person who stole them?
She snorted and shook her head.
No way. She's going to tell Kathy tough luck. They have more important things to do than open an investigation into drug money.
Okay, maybe she had a point. I could see Jordan laughing in Kathy's face if he was approached with such a complaint. He'd be thrilled someone had taken the drugs off the street for him. Are you sure no one noticed you? I asked.
Am I 100%? No, but I'm pretty darn sure. You need to relax, Sam. Cassie would never be fretting over something like this. She'd be asking to go back again tonight.
Probably. But this wasn't a television show. and the ramifications of being caught in a dead man's house were severe, regardless of whether it was drug money or not. If she hadn't been seen and no one knew she'd been there, maybe Annabelle would be safe. I needed her at the store, not serving time with Gina. Selfish, I know, but Hollywood taught me well. Slowly, I began to feel a little bit better. Okay, I said, crossing my arms over my chest. How are we going to get this money to Jacob? What's the best way to do that where he can use the money, but not blow it on a bunch of stupid stuff that would draw attention to him? Annabelle stared at me. Absolutely no help. I think small deposits into Gina's checking account is going to work out best, I mused. We can just make them, and no one needs to know where the money came from. If it draws attention, we can just say sage advice is helping a member of the community.
That sounds like a good plan, Annabelle said. Where are we going to keep the bag?
I wanted the red leather bowling bag far away from my store. Taking it out to the forest and burying it sounded like a fantastic idea. But where would I hide all this money? Too bad she didn't have the option to steal nice, crisp stacks of hundreds. Have you counted all this? I asked. She shook her head.
Grab and run. I stuffed the bag until it was full, then got the heck out of there.
I thought back to As the Years Turn. In one plotline, Cassie had hidden a gun in the cooling vent of her mansion. In another, she'd killed someone with a knife, then hidden her bloody clothes and the weapon in a secret compartment behind her fireplace. I didn't have a fireplace, nor did I have any secret compartments that I was aware of. But I did have a cooling vent and Bonnie's apartment sitting empty. Do you have any appointments this morning? I asked.
None.
I hurried to the cash register, pulled out a piece of paper, and scribbled a note. Opening late today. Please come back at noon. After finding some tape, I placed it on the front door and returned to Annabelle. Let's load all this back into the bag, I said, grabbing a fistful of cash. We'll go upstairs, count the money, and figure out where to hide it. Once in my apartment, we sat on the living room floor and dumped the bag.
How do you want to divide it?
She asked. I guess 1s, 5s, 10s, etc. As we worked to separate the bills out by denomination, I considered where they may have been. No doubt drugs could be found on a lot of them. Possibly a few had been in some G-strings. Ugh, I didn't want to think about it. Once every dollar was in the correct pile, we went through the task of counting them. An hour later, we stared at $10,000, if our math was correct. But that was always up for debate.
Holy cow,
Annabelle whispered.
I didn't think I grabbed that much. I feel like I'm in a rapper video or something.
And that led me to wonder how much Ralph had hidden in the walls. If he'd been selling drugs and getting paid under the table for a number of years, the final amount could be staggering. Okay, let's make some piles, wrap them in plastic, and hide them.
Bricks,
Annabelle said.
They're called bricks.
Once we had our bricks built, I took a few of them next door to Bonnie's apartment. I tried to ignore the fact that the space still smelled like her, or the ache of loss that clenched my chest every time I entered.
She'd be glad we're hiding the money in here,
Annabelle said, following me with more stacks.
She would have liked that we've taken dirty money and done something good with it.
She might be right about that. Bonnie had a hard definition of right and wrong, as well as a mean streak. To her, all this probably would have been justified. We hid some in the vents, but not much because we didn't want to fully block them. We taped a couple bricks to the underside of the sink and pipes.
If it came down to serious measures and the police somehow connected us to the crime, they'd be able to do a search of the whole building, including Bonnie's apartment. However, as I locked up the door and met Annabelle's stare, I somehow felt safer with the money hidden there. "I'll make the first deposit to Gina's account tomorrow," I said, sighing. "Don't worry," Annabelle said. "Everything will be fine." For some reason, I didn't quite believe her. Chapter 15. When I started making money early in my career in Hollywood, my financials were turned over to someone else. They invested for me, made any deposits into my account, and even took over paying my bills. When I became very successful, I received bi-monthly reports on my financials. After marrying Gerald, he took over most of my investments and probably lost a good deal of them, although I'd never stuck around Hollywood long enough to find out. When I arrived in Heywood, I had to learn to do simple, everyday things for myself once again. Filling out a deposit slip and standing in line at the bank being one of them. Thankfully, most people paid with credit cards at Sage Advice, so I didn't have to visit the bank frequently. Some days it was a teeth-gnashing irritation. First, they never seemed to have enough people working. Second, the tellers liked to talk, as did the patrons. Someone just had a kid? I'd hear about it at the bank. A divorce? Same. Mrs. Smith put too much flour in her pie crust for the church bake-off? Yes. Admittedly, there were days when I appreciated the chance to wait, to just stand still for a few moments and think. But those times were few and far between. I owned a business, which meant I had many balls up in the air. There wasn't time to stand around and listen to cherry pie recipe swaps. As I stood in line, attempting not to become irritated with the staff, or at least not show it, I listened to the conversations. Cows had gotten loose on the Pugh farm once again. They needed to shore up their fences, but Bobby was still in rehab. Their kid, who worked at the hardware store, was supposed to help them rebuild the fence over the weekend. The mayor and his wife both had the flu. There had been a brawl at the bar, Hold Your Horses. Gina Dunner was on a suicide watch. Wait a minute. What? I turned to the front of the bank and concentrated on where the conversation was taking place. There. Brittany, from the sheriff's office, the one who asked if I was dating Jordan, the woman who wanted to date him. "Gina's not doing well," she said to the bank teller. "In fact, if you asked her, she'd probably say she wanted to die." I narrowed my gaze. Gina wanting to die? No way. She'd never leave her kid, let alone her dogs. "Well, she did get caught killing her ex," the teller said. "We all think about doing something like that, but our moral code stops us. And our fear of being caught, just like she was." "I know," Brittany said, shaking her head. "Why kill your ex in your own store? It's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Me too. And Gina may be a lot of things, but stupid wasn't one of them. Annabelle's stunt of stealing from Ralph had sidetracked me. Instead of thinking about who had killed him, I had been worried about how I was going to keep Annabelle out of jail. I needed to get back to proving Gina's innocence. "I'll see you later," Brittany said, giving the teller a wave. As I waited my turn, my anxiety rose. Should I leave now, go to the sheriff's office and demand to see Gina, or get this money in her account for her son? Her son. I had to take care of him. By the time it was my turn, my heart thumped as though it was about to gallop right out of my chest. Unfortunately, I'd also come face to face with a teller Brittany had been speaking with. In her 20s, heavy-set with brown wavy hair most women would long to have.
She pushed her glasses up her nose as I approached. Her name tag read Corrine. "I'd like to deposit this in Gina Dunner's account," I said quietly, sliding $2,000 across the counter. I'd gone through and picked the bills that weren't as worn, then slid the really horrible-looking ones in between them. "What's the account number?" Her distaste of my actions revealed itself in her sneer. I might as well have placed a bucket of dead fish in front of her. "I don't know. This is a gift, so if you could please look it up and deposit the money, I'd appreciate it." "Why do you want to give a killer a gift?" I wanted to ignore her, but I couldn't. "She hasn't been found guilty of anything," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and neutral. Corrine rolled her eyes. "They might as well have found her standing over the body with a bloody knife. Of course she killed him." "What happened to innocent until proven guilty?" "Technicalities," she said as she typed in her computer. Then, furrowing her brow, she turned her stare at me. "But this is a lot of cash. Can you give a killer money like this?" "It's for her son," I said. "He's having a hard time." That garnered another eye roll, while I pondered our society in general. When had innocent until proven guilty become a technicality? Why were we always so quick to become judge and jury, even when we didn't know all the facts? Was it because people were glued to their televisions, mindlessly sucking up everything the newscaster told them like a sponge, without doing any due diligence? I'd realized long ago that every news channel carried biases, depending on how they wanted viewers to think. I hadn't seen a newscast in years, except when Annabelle was over and wanted to ogle the local weatherman. She claimed he looked like Ryan Reynolds, but I just didn't see it. As Corrine grabbed a partial stack of bills and laid them into the counting machine, I once again wished drug dealers conducted business with something larger than ones, fives, and tens. While separating out the money, we'd run into a couple hundred in 20s, but not many. "When I worked in Phoenix, the strippers used to come in with money like this," Corrine said, eyeing me warily. "You're too old to be a stripper, though." I smiled, watching the bills being pulled in and spit out by the machine. Did they have a way to detect drugs on them? "Yeah, it's usually strippers, service people who get tipped, or drug dealers who bring in cash like this," she continued. "You don't look like any of the above." Corrine grabbed another stack and fed them in. "I've seen you in here before, but I don't remember your name." Apparently, qualifications demanded one to be quite chatty and nosy to be a bank teller in Heywood. "I'm Sam Jones. I own Sage Advice." "That's right," she said. "You helped my friend Monica with her acne. She looks so much better now." I nodded and kept an eye on the counting machine. "Has anyone ever told you you look like that one actress?" Here we go again. "Andie MacDowell?" "No, that other one. She was on that soap opera. What was her name?" "Hang on, I'll think of it." Oh no, this was my worst nightmare coming true. I took a deep breath and fought the urge to vomit or run. I didn't want anyone to recognize me. And why didn't the money machine count the bills faster? 2,000, she said. Right on the nose. "I'll fill out the paperwork and get this in the murderer's account for her kid, who was also probably a killer in the making." I bit my tongue and held my breath to keep myself from speaking. A long, Cassie-like tirade sat on the tip of my tongue, including words like ignorant, despicable, and imbecile. Just wait for your receipt and then get out. And hopefully I'd never have to deal with this woman again. Maybe I could find out her work schedule and only come into the bank when she wasn't at the counter. "Samantha Rathbone," she practically yelled. I knew I'd remember her name.
The stairs on my back from those waiting in line behind me practically burned through my clothes. I smiled and shook my head. I don't know who that is. I don't watch daytime television. Oh, her elation faded. You look a little like her. Can I get my receipt? I asked. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Sure. And here I thought maybe we had a star in our little bank. But now that I'm really looking at you, I take it back. You resemble her just a little bit, but not a lot. She slid the receipt across the counter. Thanks, I said. Have a great day. Staring at the floor, I let my long curls fall around my face, hiding me and blocking my view of everyone while I left the bank. Stupid girl, I whispered once I made it outside. Cold air blasted my face, suffocating my emotions. I was so not ready for winter. I hadn't even bought a pair of insulated boots. Gina, could it possibly be that she was suicidal? I couldn't imagine it, but I'd never been locked up in jail either. I glanced at my phone. Visiting time was hours away. I had to find out if Brittany had been spreading rumors or the truth. I dialed Jordan. Hey, Sam, what's up? Everything okay? Yes, I was just in the bank and... You're sick. You shouldn't be out spreading around your germs. I shut my eyes and took a deep breath. Is Gina on suicide watch? The long pause had me wondering if he'd hung up on me. Where in the world did you hear that? At the bank. Brittany was there, and she was telling one of the tellers Gina was on suicide watch. He cursed, then sighed. No, Gina's just fine. She was teasing me this morning about wearing one blue sock and one black one. I'm colorblind and didn't realize I grabbed two different colors. My shoulders sagged in relief. The need to sit down so great, I almost plopped myself onto the concrete. So she's okay? She's fine, he said. Maybe going a little stir-crazy because she doesn't like to be incarcerated. But she's running her mouth nonstop. I haven't seen any signs of suicidal behavior. Brittany shouldn't be spreading rumors like that around, I said, now angry. If Gina's son, Jacob, hears that, he's going to be scared. It's not right, Jordan. I agree. I'm going to have a talk with the sheriff about her. She's done some other inappropriate things here in the office. This may be her ticket out of here. Like what? I asked. What inappropriate things? She smacked my butt, he whispered, and made some sexual comments. Well, she does want to date you, I snickered. She's young enough to be my daughter, he sighed. Forget it. I like women my own age who have a little life experience and can hold an intelligent conversation without checking their phones every 30 seconds. How's the search for that particular woman going? I simply couldn't help myself. Not bad. I found one, but she doesn't date. Of course she didn't, because if she did, that would mean she'd have to let people get close to her and her past would be revealed, history that had traumatized her and she was doing her best to try to recover from. Reliving it again and again was like repeatedly pulling a bandage off an unhealed wound. Not to mention the Hollywood press. If they ever found me, they'd descend onto my life like a swarm of locusts. I'd left before they could get their full pound of flesh from me, before they could report on me until I became nothing but an internet meme. I'm sure she's quite lovely, I said. But if she doesn't date, it's probably a good idea to find someone who does. He chuckled, and I imagined him running his hand through his thick salt and pepper hair. Although I'd never admit it, I did appreciate Jordan's attention. But I was also a realist and understood nothing could ever come of it. I have to go, I said. I thought you were sick. Right, that lie.
I coughed, hoping to keep it alive and well. Healthy or not, I still need to find out who killed Ralph. Chapter 16. "Excuse me, miss," a voice from behind me said just as I stuffed my phone into my jacket pocket. I really needed a heavy parka. Turning, I found an elderly man walking toward me. In his heyday, he'd have been a formidable man, but age had rounded his back slightly, and I could see the arthritis in his claw-like fingers. He still had quite the spring in his step. Gray hair and a short, thick beard framed his weathered, wrinkled face. As he smiled, his green eyes twinkled. "Can I help you?" I asked. "I believe so. I was in the bank with you just now." He turned and glanced over his shoulder as the door opened again and another person exited the building. "Would you walk with me a bit? I don't think anyone else needs to hear our conversation." "Of course." We strolled up towards sage advice. After a moment, he turned to me and gently laid his hand on my arm. "I heard what you said in there about Gina Dunner." Oh no, was this sweet guy trying to convince me my friend was guilty? I'd be polite up to a certain point, then I'd detangle myself from the conversation. "What about it? I think she's innocent." "I do too. She's my daughter." "Oh, well, color me surprised." I'd been wanting to talk to Gina's father, and the opportunity to do so just fell from the sky, or exited the bank. "Thank you for sticking up for her, and also for putting money in her account," he continued. "Jacob hadn't called me about being in the red. I don't have much, but I'd give that boy everything I have." I smiled and squeezed his hand. Perhaps that's why he didn't phone you. He knew asking you for help may put you in a bad position. "Maybe," he said, nodding. "He's a good, kind kid, which surprises me, considering who his father is, or was, I should say. His mom raised him right." "Gina mentioned you weren't too fond of Ralph." He chuckled and shook his head. As I get older, I look back and understand that when I was trying to do something good, I was actually making things worse. I wasn't sure what he meant, but I did realize we had stopped right in front of Cup of Go, and I was curious to hear what Gina's father had to say about Ralph's murder. "Can I interest you in getting out of the cold and joining me for a coffee or hot chocolate?" "That would be lovely. Thank you." Inside, we found the coffee shop fairly empty. Must have been a late morning lull. I made a mental note to remember the time of day for future visits. We ordered quickly, 2 hot chocolates and 2 cherry scones, then found a table by the window where we could view the river and forest. "I've lived here for 60 years, and I'm still impressed by the views," he said as he sipped his hot chocolate and stared out the window. Setting down his cup, he grinned. "This is very tasty." "My name's Theo, by the way." "I'm Sam Jones. It's lovely to meet you." We shook hands across the table. "Gina's told me a lot about you." "Only some of it is true," he said, winking. We sat in silence for a few moments, sipping our drinks. "So what did you mean when you said you now realize you made things worse?" I asked. "Are you a parent?" I shook my head. "When you have kids, you'll do almost anything to make sure they aren't screwing up their lives. Gina fell for Ralph, and from the second I met that jerk, I knew he was a terrible choice. I tried to talk some sense into her, but unfortunately, she also has my stubborn streak. She doesn't like to be told what to do." "That sounds like Gina," I said, smiling. Growing up in a bad neighborhood of Oakland, I'd had plenty of boyfriends who were less than a stellar choice.
My mom had offered them beers, and I'd actually caught her in bed with one. The parenting differences weren't lost on me. "How did you know he was bad news?" I asked. "Poor manners. I know I'm not supposed to judge others these days, but I do. When Gina first introduced us, he wouldn't look me in the eye. His handshake was weak, and the conversation consisted of single-word answers to my questions. A man who can't manage a decent handshake won't go far." "Gina told me you hated him," I said, hoping the old man would simply confess and I could free Gina and get on with my life, even if that meant she'd never speak to me again. "I did. I used to plan out how I would carry out his death." Arching an eyebrow, I wondered if the man in his 80s had the strength to drug Ralph, take him into Gina's store, and then drown him in the foot tub. He could get the horse tranquilizers found in Ralph's bloodstream from Vic. But what about keys to enter the property? Perhaps he'd lifted them from Gina's house? However, if Ralph saw him coming, wouldn't he run in the other direction? Vic had made it pretty clear Ralph knew how much the family hated him. I didn't think he'd want to stick around to talk with his former father-in-law. "The day she left him with her kid in tow was the happiest day of my life," Theo continued. "Except my wedding and the kids' births. Very happy times for me." He smiled into his hot chocolate. A little pang of envy railed through me. I had an awful childhood, and I'd focused so much on my career, I'd never had children. Up until this moment, I'd never regretted it. I tried to imagine being in my 80s and looking back on all the happy times with family this man must have had. For me, I had my work, a decade with a man I wondered if I'd truly loved, and betrayal. Suddenly sadness washed over me, and I averted my gaze from his for a moment, shoring up my defenses so I didn't spend the rest of the day wallowing in self-pity, questioning my past, and berating myself for decisions I may now regret. "Vic came to see me," I said. Theo furrowed his brow. "Where? He usually spends all his time out on the ranch." "At my store. I own Sage Advice." "Isn't that the herb store up the road a ways?" I nodded, then sipped my hot chocolate. Gina wanted him to come in and tell me he didn't kill Ralph. Theo chuckled and shook his head. "That boy would do anything his sister asked him to do. But I guess that's what older brothers are for, right?" I had no idea, but I did like the sound of family members actually watching over one another. "He hated Ralph as well," I ventured. Wouldn't it be cool if Theo admitted he and Vic were the killers? Theo nodded. "He did. Boy even carved a bullet with Ralph's name on it." And here I'd thought Vic had been overdramatic, but apparently not. "Do you think he could have killed him?" I held my breath as I waited for an answer. Theo glanced around the store, his jaw working as if he were gathering his thoughts. Finally, he met my stare. Yes, I do." I sat stunned, unable to move. Was Theo turning in his own son? "But he didn't," Theo continued. "If Gina had given him the okay, yes, Vic would have killed Ralph. The only thing that held him back was Gina forbidding it." What if Gina had given Vic his marching orders? Without question, he certainly had the size and strength to drug and manhandle Ralph. But like I said, he didn't have anything to do with it, Theo said, shrugging. "He was with me that night." Of course. How convenient.
I had some problems with my back, and he came over to help me with dinner." Theo sighed, then took a sip of his hot chocolate. "He had one too many whiskeys, so I told him to sleep it off at my place. We were both there all night." How in the world did I prove something like that? And why hadn't Vic mentioned it when he came into the store? As if he read my mind, Theo said, "We ended up burning the garlic bread, and I was out of spaghetti sauce, so he went down to On the River and got takeout. I had a club sandwich, and Vic ate 2 French dips." It didn't surprise me. The man was huge, and his appetite had to match his brawn. On the River was a lovely little restaurant that resembled a log cabin inside. I'd enjoyed a couple of meals there and looked forward to the spring when I could sit out on the deck overlooking the river and have a glass of wine with my lunch. But having a receipt for takeout didn't mean they hadn't killed Ralph. My features must have reflected my thoughts because Theo then said, "I also have cameras and an alarm on my house. If the police didn't believe my story, I could always turn those over." It seems he had an answer for every question I asked, and even those I hadn't. I wondered if our meeting wasn't an accident, but something planned out so he could give his son an alibi. Or maybe the whole family had set up Ralph's demise. Gina had told me to leave them out of it. What if the whole scenario had been planned? Vic killed Ralph, Gina took the fall, and Theo provided the alibi for Vic in case anyone looked his way. He did have a bullet with Ralph's name carved on it, and he made no attempts to hide it. Then, the family put too much faith in the sheriff's department to see how bad their theory of Gina killing Ralph had been. Is that why Gina had told me to stay away from her family? They were all in on it, and their plan had backfired horribly. As Theo smiled at me, I narrowed my gaze, trying to make it all fit. And it did. After so many years of having to deal with Ralph not only being a terrible father, but owing her money for child support, Gina would have given Vic the go-ahead, and they'd concocted this plan, hinging on the hope the police would actually do their job. "I need to leave," Theo said. "I'm due at Dr. Butte's office soon for my yearly exam." Placing his palms on the table, he stood. "I've said no to every drug he's offered me, and been happy about doing so." "You should take them if you have a specific issue," I said. Listen to me, sticking up for Butte. Next pigs would fly, and the Pope would announce he was Jewish. No, he wants to give me meds for issues I don't have, but he thinks may be a problem in the future. He calls it prevention. I call it horse turds. I'll deal with those issues if they ever surface. With a smile, I also stood. It was nice to meet you, Theo. With any luck, I'd hid the fact I was considering him and his family mastermind murderers. Take care. You too, Sam. Hopefully we can meet again when Gina's freed. As he weaved his way through the tables to the front door, I wondered if I'd just solved Ralph's murder. Instead of elation, I sighed with sadness. If I had, did I really want to go to the police with my theory and keep one of my best friends in jail? And also have her family arrested? What about Jacob then? What would he do if my assumptions proved to be correct? I'd wipe out his entire family with one swipe. It has to be someone else, I whispered, doubting myself with each passing second. It has to be. Chapter 17. As I passed Hammer and Nail Hardware, I decided to see if Jacob was working and check up on him. Hopefully, he was holding it together, and the deposit I'd just made would help him substantially. If not, there were more bricks, as Annabelle liked to call them, in various hiding places and sage advice if he needed any. Once Gina got released, I planned on giving her all the cash and let her figure out what to do with it. Knowing her, she'd probably find some land and build a proper dog rescue organization. I tried to recall the last time I'd entered a hardware store and came up blank. Annabelle always went when we had problems around sage advice. Glancing at the foreign objects, I felt crushingly stupid at my inability to identify even one thing in my sight. Tools, sure, but I had no idea what their specific names were. I walked along one aisle where I found toilet repair kits and sprinkler gadgets. Another had some things to do with horses. I was so far out of my league, I might as well have been on a different planet. And I hadn't seen Jacob yet. Just as I was about to leave, I thought I heard his voice a couple rows over. "Jacob, I'm sorry about your dad and your mom," an unfamiliar voice said. "Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm sure my mom will go free," Jacob replied. "I don't think she killed him." "Who do you think did?" the stranger asked. Jacob chuckled. "I have no idea. Heck, for all I know, it was my uncle." I gasped and placed my hand over my mouth. If Jacob thought his uncle was capable of murder, maybe I should really consider it as well. And why hadn't he said anything to me when I'd been at his house and asked him the same question? "That's Vic, right?" "Yeah, he works out at the horse ranch as a hand." "A big guy?" "Why do you ask?" "Just making sure I was thinking of the right man. Again, I'm sorry about your dad, but learn something from it. You make your own bed in life. Be sure you keep it clean." I peeked around the shelving to find the man rounding the corner and coming right at me. So I picked up a bottle of spray and pretended to be studying it. "Do you need any help?" he asked. I smiled and turned to him. Brown hair, matching beard, maybe in his 30s, with a stocky build and a name tag that read Craig Pugh. It didn't take a moment of genius for me to realize I was speaking to Mrs. Pugh's son. "I'm fine," I said, "but I was wondering which of these you thought worked best?" Glancing over at the shelves, I realized I was asking about weed killer, something I'd never used in a million years because of the toxicity. I'd make my own from natural ingredients. "I prefer this one," he said, reaching for the blue bottle. "It works a little faster." My attention was drawn to what looked like scratches on his wrist that definitely needed treatment. "You should put something on those before they get infected." He glanced down at his arm and pulled down his sleeve a little bit. "That's what you get when your parents' cows get loose and the fences need to be fixed." "Ah," I said. "I was there when they blocked the road." He chuckled and shook his head. "I've been up there a couple of times this week already, but they're like Houdini. Drives me crazy. I'm the manager here, and then I've got my family. The last thing I need on my plate is fixing fences because the cows want greener pastures. That's supposed to be my brother's job, but he's been busy. Busy doing drugs, and then on to rehab." "Well, I wish you luck," I said, placing my bottle back on the shelf. "And thanks for your help." "Sure. Sorry you got caught up in my family's drama up there." "No worries. It was a learning experience, that's for sure." In fact, I discovered that the smell of cow waste settled into wool sweaters and didn't come out. Once I heard him speaking to someone else in another aisle, I hurried in the opposite direction, hoping to find Jacob. I smiled when I discovered him in the dirt section, moving huge bags around. "Hey," I said. With a grin, he stood upright and brushed his hands on his jeans. "Hey, Sam. How's it going?" "Good." I glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered my voice. Listen, I went ahead and made a deposit into your mom's checking account today. If you need more, let me know, and I'll take care of it. Wow, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Don't go blowing it on stupid stuff, okay? Use it wisely. I will. Thank you. The sweet boy threw his arms around my neck and hugged me so tight, tears came to my eyes. I couldn't get through this without you. For a second, I wished I had my own children. But with my luck, they'd be more like Bobby Pugh and nothing like Jacob. The next morning, I stood in my living room, drinking coffee while the wind whipped the snow around outside, causing my old building to moan and groan. I'd also discovered it was quite drafty, which was to be expected since it had been decades since the windows had been replaced. Catnip sat on the back of the sofa, watching the snow dance, his sharp gaze darting around as he tried to follow the pathway of the flakes. I assumed he'd soon grow bored and indulge in his morning nap. Staring at the television, the number of drug advertisements on the morning news astounded me. Erectile dysfunction, arthritis, bone loss, antidepressants. My goodness, we were a sick nation. I waited for the weatherman to make his appearance. Annabelle swore he resembled Ryan Reynolds. If she'd ever met the star, she'd realize it simply wasn't the case. Perhaps the weatherman had a hint of Chris Pine in his features, maybe a little Chris Pratt. Ryan Reynolds was nowhere to be found on that face. Because I'd put off buying a parka and boots, I was woefully unprepared for the storm. I picked up my phone and scrolled through an online coat store, eventually finding a pair of navy blue boots that weren't too ugly, as well as a matching parka. I hit the buy button and tossed my phone on the couch, hoping I wouldn't need to venture out over the next day or so. I'd freeze to death. Of course, I'd been in snowstorms before. My escapades of the rich and famous had taken me to mansions in Lake Tahoe, incredible villas in the Swiss Alps, and I'd missed very few Vail winters. However, I'd always been prepared with the proper clothing, not to mention the plethora of lovely fireplaces, servants on hand to grab me a hot toddy on a whim, and the warm hot tubs to soak my cold bones at the end of the day. As a draft blasted through the old windows, I realized I was failing at normal life. After yet another drug commercial, this one for diabetes, claiming that life would be so much better if every diabetic took the pills, they listed all the possible side effects. Scary stuff. If I ever became diabetic, I'd make sure to stay away from that drug. Finally, Jonah Smalls, aka the weatherman's smiling face, filled the screen. "You're the most popular person here today," the pretty blonde news anchor said. "Everyone's tuned in to watch you, Jonah." He chuckled, replying with, "Well, that storm we've been discussing for the past week has arrived, and it's brought some trouble with it." Turning to the camera, he said, "Let's start with the road closures." He listed the highways in my area, and they appeared on the screen, at which point I realized I probably wouldn't be getting my boots and coat anytime soon. When he reappeared, he stood in front of a map of Arizona. "In the high country, we've received reports of up to 6 inches of snow so far, with no hope of it ending anytime today." I glanced out my window and decided 6 inches was about right. If you live in the mountains around Sedona and Heywood, you can expect snow throughout the day and into the night. Tomorrow will bring a break for you to get out your shovels and clear those walkways. But at the end of the week, we'll have another front rolling through. I plunked down onto the sofa, groaning. Based on his grin, Jonah seemed to enjoy bringing this news. Gosh, we haven't even reached the first day of winter, the blonde said. Jonah nodded and returned to his seat. Looking into the camera, he replied, "And remember, when we get such a big storm before the actual start of winter, it historically means lots of snow. Get ready, High Country. Make those chiropractic appointments now to help you recuperate from all the shoveling." "Break out your boots and parka," the blonde chimed in. "I don't have any," I shouted at the screen. Catnip gazed at me from under hooded lids, then jumped from the couch, strutted down the hall, and turned into the bathroom. Did any other cats in Heywood use the toilet? Or did I have the only weirdo? Or was he amazing? After finishing my coffee and putting my cup into the sink, I headed downstairs and turned up the heat. A low whistle sounded from the back room, and I walked slowly through it, trying to find the origin. Finally, I discovered it. The window. Of course. Nothing that I could fix. Annabelle texted me, saying she'd be late. "We won't get many customers today. When it gets like this, lots of businesses close until the snow stops." Glancing out the window, I noted Nitwit didn't have their lights on, nor was there anyone walking around town. Heywood had come to a stop. I texted Annabelle, "Why don't you just take the day off?" A moment later, I received a reply. "I need to come in and finish a few tinctures. It's not a problem. I'll see you soon." I let out a sigh and turned the sign to open. It wouldn't kill me to sit at the register for a few hours. Maybe someone who needed a muscle relaxant rub from all the shoveling would find their way inside. An hour went past as I stared out the window and drank more coffee. At times, the snow came down in sheets so heavy I couldn't see across the street. Other times, it fell in soft, beautiful flakes, and I marveled at their perfect designs. After a while, Catnip came down to join me. At first, he sat on the sill of the drafty window in the back room, but he quickly moved and perched right on top of the counter in front of me, staring at me defiantly, as if daring me to move him. "As soon as that door opens, I know you'll scramble to the back room and up the stairs," I said. "Your tolerance of people hovers right around 0. The older I got, the more that statement rang true for me as well. When a green jacket came into view outside, with police emboldened on the sleeves and back, my breath caught for a moment. Jordan had come to visit. But then I realized that the person wearing the jacket also had on a hat, some sort of face mask, stood about a foot shorter than Jordan, and weighed around 100 pounds less. Her short, muscular legs carried her in small, sure steps, reminding me a bit of a penguin. As Sheriff Mallory Richards entered my store, I hid a smile. I'd have liked to send her down the snowy sidewalk on her belly. After pulling down her face mask and removing her hat, she ran her hands through her short black hair and grinned. "Miss Jones," she said, approaching the counter. "Sheriff, what can I do for you?" Based on my past interactions with the woman, I had a sincere dislike for her. Small in size, but bullyish in nature. I found her unworthy of her prestigious role. I kept my smile in place and attempted to keep my real emotions from showing. "I came to speak to you about my deputy Jordan." Her deputy? Had she had him spayed and microchipped? What about him? "Let this serve as a reminder that he works for me, not for you." I sighed and stared at her. I have no idea what that even means. "Well, let me lay it out for you." "Please do." "I've heard all your crazy theories about Ralph's murder and Gina's innocence." So my words hadn't been totally lost on Jordan, but he'd also shared them with the little tyrant, which did nothing to endear him to me because, as far as I was concerned, it had been a private conversation. I took it upon myself to investigate each and every one of the people you accused of murdering Ralph, and I didn't accuse anybody of anything, I interrupted. I told Jordan that certain people had issues with Ralph and probably wouldn't have minded seeing him dead. I felt those people needed to be looked at. She smiled condescendingly. Please don't interrupt me. Oh, how I wanted to smack that grin right off her face. My apologies. Go ahead. First, you brought up Gary. He was in jail in Sedona, sleeping off a drunk bar fight the night Ralph was murdered. Dang it. Don't let her see your disappointment. And Kathy, well, she was at a party. I have multiple eyewitnesses who say she was at her friend's house until the early morning hours. Her neighbor saw her come home as he was getting ready for work about 4. Her other neighbor said she didn't leave again until the afternoon. Okay, so maybe my theories weren't as strong as they had seemed. Gina killed her ex-husband because he was a deadbeat, and he owed her tens of thousands of dollars. The sheriff continued. She's guilty. We've got the right person. I shook my head. If she did kill him, why leave the body in her store? Why be the one to call the cops? Why not? She replied, shrugging. Murderers oftentimes visit the scene of the crime, inserting themselves into the investigation. No one else had a key to the place, Miss Jones. Gina did it. I bit my tongue from arguing further. She narrowed her gaze and pointed at me. Now let me make this clear again. Jordan takes orders from me, not you. He investigates what I tell him to, not what you say is important. He works for me. I am the brains and he's the brawn. He does what I tell him to do when I tell him to do it. Do you understand? I nodded while grinding my jaw, wanting her to exit my store. The disrespect for Jordan boiled my blood, and I fisted my hands at my sides. After pulling on her face mask and hat again, she waved. Have a nice day, Miss Jones. And remember to mind your own business and let the professionals do their jobs. After she exited, I hoped she'd get run over by a snowplow. Okay, maybe nothing that violent, but at least a face full of dirty snow spit up by the snowplow. An uneasy feeling settled in my gut as I poured more coffee. Had Gina played me? Was her cry for help the day Ralph was found really a fishing line used to reel me into her nightmare? Did she somehow think I'd be able to prove her innocence? She knew I had a history of fighting for people who couldn't fight for themselves, that I'd gone to great lengths to uncover Bonnie's real killer. Had she been hoping I'd be able to put together a bunch of evidence to finger someone else? At the moment, her family was reminding me a lot of the Corleones from The Godfather. The Dunners from Heywood didn't have the same menacing ring, but if they'd killed Ralph, they may be the most sinister family this town had ever seen. They had motive, they had access to horse tranquilizers, they had Vic, who could manhandle Ralph with ease, and they had keys to Gina's place. With a sigh, I acquiesced that perhaps the sheriff was right. Maybe my friend had murdered her ex-husband, and if that was the case, she was where she belonged. Hours passed, and no matter how much I tried to accept it, I couldn't. Either Gina had done an amazing snow job on me, or I was right. She hadn't killed Ralph. But who had? I was back at square one. Chapter 18. Annabelle arrived later that afternoon, just as the sun peeked through the clouds and the snow had stopped. "What's going on?" she asked, unraveling her Duran Duran scarf from her neck. I never knew they even made scarves. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. My mood had gone downhill after Mallory's visit. I didn't want to think of Gina as the killer, but I was also out of ideas on who the real murderer could be. Every shred of evidence pointed to her.
I told you business would be slow today,
Annabelle said.
I'm going to work on a couple of tinctures, but then head back home. It's supposed to start snowing again.
Have you seen the snowplow at all? She shook her head.
They should be out soon, unless they had engine trouble. That's what happened last year, and they were 2 days behind when they finally got the darn thing working. I didn't think they'd ever get rid of all the snow.
As she passed me on her way to the back room, she gave me a brief hug.
You look upset.
I am, I said, sighing. Mallory Richards was here. She's just not a nice person. Annabelle snorted.
You can say that again.
We sat side by side at her workbench. Where's Jack? I asked.
He hates the snow, so I left him at home. I actually walked here because I didn't want to dig out my car.
This winter stuff was for the birds, and officially winter hadn't arrived. It was going to be a long one.
What did Mallory have to say?
Annabelle asked, gathering her supplies. She said that all the people who I thought may have killed Ralph had alibis. I swear it's looking more and more like Gina's guilty. Placing her hands on her hips, she furrowed her brow.
Really?
Well, now I'm thinking that maybe Gina wasn't the one who drugged and drowned him. I think her brother and father may have executed that plan, but I think Gina was in on it.
I don't know, Sam. It sounds like a mob family hit when you put it like that.
Her thoughts mirrored mine. If it's not the Dunners, I have no idea who murdered Ralph. Everyone else has an alibi. May as well have been the Tooth Fairy. Annabelle shook her head.
Shame on you. She'd never do anything like that. But the Easter Bunny, he's a little creepy. I could totally see him as a killer.
With a wink, she turned to her potions. I loved watching Annabelle work. As her tongue protruded from her lips, her brow furrowed in concentration while studying the tinctures that had been sitting for weeks. She smelled them, then painstakingly divided the mixture into the droppers.
This is the elderberry tincture, perfect for coughs and congestion,
she said as she wrote on the label.
With the temperature drop, this will most likely be in demand.
When she had finished, she pulled down the fire cider that had been brewing for 6 weeks. A mixture of horseradish, ginger, onions, garlic, and a bunch of other stuff. The smell almost overwhelmed me as she opened the lid. Phew, I said, stepping back while waving my hand in front of my nose. If my sinuses were stuffed, they'd be clear. I'll take the elderberry tinctures out to the front of the store. Annabelle ignored me as she worked, and I scooped up the prepared bottles. We'd agreed that the cold and flu remedies needed to be front and center in the store, so I moved some of the soap baskets off the first table seen upon entering. After setting up the elderberry tinctures, I hurried in back to make a cute sign for the display so everyone knew where to shop for relief from their winter colds and flus. The wind picked up once again outside as I sat down at the computer and figured costs for the winter illness packages we'd planned to offer on the online store. I turned to the herbalist. Annabelle?
Yes?
Her gaze didn't leave her work. Are we going to have the eucalyptus and honey lozenges completed this week?
Maybe. Probably best to hold off until we know for sure. If things go the way I want, which they seldom do, they'll be ready.
As I worked on the listing, a loud clack startled me, as well as Annabelle. Both of us turned around to find one of the windows open slightly and snow blowing in.
These stupid things,
she said.
Bonnie had trouble with this window for ages.
What did you do? I asked, standing and walking over to it. To open it, I had to push outward from the bottom.
How in the world could I keep the pane shut, especially with the lock not seeming to work? She wouldn't let me nail it closed, so she always secured it from the inside. It still bounced around, though. I tried to imagine the pain of glass thumping all winter long, and the drafts it would bring, and the heating bills. Nope. If Annabelle could nail it shut, then I'd allow her to do so. How would you fix this? I asked. I figure I'd get a piece of wood and just put it right across the pane on the outside of the building. That way it can't be blown around. Not the best look for the store, but it was the side of the building. Very few people would walk down that way to the Riverwalk, and between having a 2x4 holding a window shut and my heating bill doubling, I'd take the piece of wood. But where did I find one? I hated the idea of a trip to Hammer and Nail Hardware, although I'd go if necessary. Let's do it, I said. Annabelle nodded and glanced around the store. I'm not sure what wood to use, though. I'd had hoped she'd have an answer to that, not only because I was woefully unequipped in the clothing department, but because I was also woefully ignorant of how to find anything I would need in Hammer and Nail Hardware. We're not venturing out to shop, Sam. What about Bonnie's apartment? She asked. Maybe there's something in there we can use? With a nod, I led the way upstairs. I hated messing with Bonnie's things, but maybe she'd appreciate the fact I was trying not to freeze to death or go totally broke from huge power bills. You haven't moved the money, have you? Annabelle whispered as we walked in. I shook my head, unsure why she was speaking in such a low voice. There was no one here to reveal the secret. Besides, where else would I put it? We walked around the apartment, with me trailing my hand through a layer of dust along the back of the couch, table, and lamp. This will work, Annabelle said, pointing at the coffee table. See how it's slatted? In fact, the table resembled the makings of a pallet. We can rip one of those top pieces off and nail it to the outside of the building. It'll be perfect. I despised taking apart Bonnie's furniture. Even though she'd been dead for a few months, guilt washed through me at being among her things and destroying her furniture. Annabelle set the table upside down and began pulling on the metal base, then pointed to the other side. Stand on the slats and yank the base upward. I did as instructed, and after a few good pulls, I'd not only hurt my shoulder, but we had our wooden slat. Okie dokie, Annabelle said. Let's put on our coats and go hang this bad boy. She heaved the piece of wood over her shoulder and headed out of the apartment and downstairs. Since I didn't have a parka, I ran into my apartment and grabbed my flimsy jacket. I'd probably freeze to death before we fixed the issue. You never bought a coat? She asked as I hurried to the first floor, where she was donning her calf-length neon pink parka. I shook my head. I ordered one earlier today. You waited too long. You need it right now. Yes, I'm aware of that, I sighed. I'll grab the hammer and some nails. Thankfully, Bonnie had also left me a fully stocked toolbox along with the store. Not that I could really identify almost everything in there, but I did know what a hammer and nails looked like. Before arriving in Heywood, any repair job was relegated to our handyman, actually to my housekeeper, Elsa. I'd mention something broken in the house and she'd take care of it with a simple phone call. The handyman would arrive within a couple of hours. Annabelle had been self-sufficient much longer than me, so I always studied her and learned when she pulled on the proverbial tool belt. Often I felt foolish not knowing how to complete the simplest repairs. She'd shown me how to replace the inside workings of a toilet, as well as some cabinet hinges. But nailing a board to a wall? How hard could it be? I followed her outside, cursing myself for not having a proper coat.
As the wind whipped my curls across my face, my teeth began chattering while my feet and legs sank into the snow up to my calves. Should I worry about frostbite on my toes? I definitely have to dry out my sneakers.
It's so cold!
Annabelle screamed at the top of her lungs. She swung around and almost knocked out my teeth with the board.
When I retire, it's going to be to a beach. I'll live in a hammock if necessary.
I followed her around the side of the building, down the path towards the Riverwalk, and I worried about Doug. Hopefully, he'd found shelter and wasn't being exposed to the elements. He'd die for sure if he stayed in his usual place. With a yelp, I slipped and ended up on my back, snow falling onto my face. Lying there helpless, I took stock of my body to make sure nothing was broken and decided there and then I hated winter with every fiber of my being. Annabelle hurried over to help me up.
Careful, she said. You need some boots.
Yes, duly noted. I heard the window banging while I staggered to my feet. Annabelle held my hand as we shuffled toward the sound. When she dumped the board below the window, I stared at it for a long moment, something working its way into my memories. What the heck was it?
See, you want to make sure to find a stud,
Annabelle said while tapping the building. She continued to explain what she was doing, but I didn't hear her. Narrowing my gaze, I couldn't take my attention from the problem. As she held up the board and pointed the hammer from one end to the other, I finally realized what I'd been trying to remember. "Stop!" I yelled.
Why? It's cold out here, Sam. Yes, it's not going to look pretty, but we'll at least be warm in the back room.
Just wait. Oh my gosh. Was I onto something here, or had the cold froze my brain? Do you recall when Gina called us when the police were at her place, when Ralph was found? She nodded, setting down the board and hammer in the snow at her feet. And we went to the side of the building and listened in. You lifted the window so easily, remember? My hair whipped across my face so hard I wouldn't have been surprised if it left marks.
What does that have to do with anything? I told you, these old windows never fully shut. The locks are defective.
I stepped up to the thumping pane and pulled it up. Then I hoisted myself easily up and onto the sill.
What are you doing?
Annabelle yelled over the wind. Shimmying a bit, I was able to slide right into the back room. After staggering to my feet, I rushed back through the store and out the front door, excitement propelling me. Every building on the Riverwalk had been constructed the same way. My store may look vastly different than Gina's nail salon, but we had the same configuration.
That's how they got in,
I yelled as I ran toward Annabelle.
That's it!
She stared at me as if I'd just grown 2 more heads.
Into Gina's! That's how the killers got inside.
I picked up the board and held it across the window.
Hurry and nail this in. I'll explain after.
If I didn't freeze to death. Chapter 19. Annabelle wielded the hammer like a seasoned pro, and we were back inside within minutes, my mind racing.
What the heck were you talking about out there?
She asked, rubbing her hands together as we stamped our feet on the welcome mat. How the killers entered Gina's place, I said.
They got in through the window. I'm not following,
she said, sliding off her jacket.
You just told me you thought Gina's family did it.
Let me go put on some dry shoes, I said. I'll be right back. I hurried up the stairs and into my apartment where I found Catnip sleeping soundly on the couch. With a sigh, I sat down next to him and pulled off my soaked sneakers and socks. Leaning back against the cushions, I decided I was going to be quite sore tomorrow. Even though I had the snow break my fall, I'd still hit cement, and I was beginning to feel it. At least I hadn't hit my head. Getting old stinks, Catnip. I muttered, placing my wet footwear by the floor vent. But back to the murder. As I slid on some socks and my Keds, which were even worse for the weather than my other shoes, I tried to gather my thoughts. Yes, all clues pointed to Gina and her family being responsible, but now that the window had come into play, it opened up the field to new suspects. Who had motive? Practically everyone in town who hated Ralph, which was a lot of people. Who had the means? Anyone who knew about the shoddy windows in all the buildings and the history of how the town handled the repairs. And opportunity? Well, anyone. The crime had taken place overnight, and it wasn't like Heywood was a 24-hour party town. Even the restaurants shut down by 9 or 10. Hold Your Horses, the bar Kathy had worked at, closed at midnight. Anybody could have hauled Ralph into Gina's place in the dead of the night, and no one would be around to notice. Something was just out of my reach, but I couldn't put my finger on it. If this were an episode of As the Years Turn, something would jar my mind and all the pieces would fall into place. I'd give a dramatic monologue laying out my theory and the proof of who the killer was to the police, then they'd arrest him or her, or I'd kill the murderer myself. Unfortunately, none of that was happening. Instead, I was stuck in this place with information I needed just out of my mental grasp. I swore and headed back downstairs to find Jordan chatting with Annabelle. Suppressing a groan, I smiled. I wanted to think about who killed Ralph, not make small talk with a cop who seemed to have been castrated by his horrible boss. "Hi, Jordan," I said. "How are things today?" As he met my gaze, a hot flash railed through me. "Slow," he replied, grinning. "Very slow, which is good. When people start moving around, I imagine there will be a few cars to pull out of ditches and stuff like that."
"What can we do for you?"
Annabelle asked. "Nothing. I came by to see how everyone was feeling." Feeling? Oh, that's right. We told him we were sick so he'd leave the store after Annabelle had brought in all the money she'd stolen. "Thanks to our herbalist and her amazing brews, we're doing great," I said. For good measure, I placed my arm around her shoulders and gave her a quick squeeze. "I'm glad to hear it." Although he irritated me at times, and I certainly had no interest in dating him, I did like Jordan. And the way Mallory had spoken about him earlier bothered me. However, I didn't feel comfortable repeating the things his boss had said about him in front of Annabelle. "Jordan, can I talk to you a minute upstairs?" His eyes widened as Annabelle turned to me so quickly her hair smacked me in the face. Sure, yes," he said. Giving Annabelle a wink, I turned and walked through the back room and up the stairs, Jordan's heavy boots clunking behind me. I couldn't wait until my own feet made the same noise. We entered my apartment, and I motioned him to sit down. Once we were both on opposite ends of the couch, I smiled and laced my hands together in my lap. "I wanted to talk to you privately." "What about?" "Well, 2 things, actually. First, I was wondering if anyone had checked on Doug. Is he trying to ride this out under the bridge?" "Yes. I did swing by there today and didn't see him. I hope he found shelter." I longed to ask why the mayor allowed his relative to live under a bridge, but if I didn't want people butting into my business, it was probably best I didn't pry into others. "Your boss came by this morning," I said, changing the conversation. "She didn't speak very highly of you, and I felt you should know about it." "What did she say?" Leaning forward and placing his elbows on his knees, he furrowed his brow. I had his full attention, and dang it, did he resemble George Clooney. "It wasn't what she said, but how she said it. She spoke of you like you weren't anything more than one of her dogs she had to train." "Oh, really?"
Yes. In fact, I've heard Gina talk about her rescues with more respect than Mallory discusses you. His face fell and he nodded, then stared at the floor for a long moment. You know, I moved here to get away from the petty politics that usually infiltrate a big city police department. I like being a cop. I like helping people, but I also need to be respected. She didn't like that you brought up my theories of who else could have killed Ralph besides Gina, I said, but she did look into the suspects. I figured, he said, chuckling. She wasn't happy when I mentioned your ideas, which were very good, by the way. Thank you, I said, trying to ignore the blush that crawled up my neck and onto my cheeks. How old was I? 12? I was surprised that you took me seriously. I didn't think you had. Well, I do listen to everything you say, Sam. I enjoy it. Do I think you're always right? No. But you made some decent points about Gina not being responsible for Ralph's murder, so I brought them up to Mallory. Like I said, she didn't like that one bit. I took on the same snotty tone the sheriff had. She told me you were her deputy, not mine, and that you investigated what she directed, not what I wanted. She's the brains and you're the brawn. I see. You work for her. You aren't hers. She doesn't own you. That is true. He glanced around the apartment. Well, I'm sorry she was so rude to you, Sam. A sheriff shouldn't act that way, especially in a town this size. She's a representative of our office, of our community. If I knew anything about being a sheriff, I'd run against her, I replied. I can't stand her or her attitude. Smiling, he shook his head. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't know the first thing about what a sheriff does, I replied, except catch bad guys and write tickets. Sounds like you're qualified. As our laughter faded, an uncomfortable silence fell over us. I cleared my throat and wiped my hands on my jeans. Then I realized Jordan was deep in thought and wasn't paying me any attention. I studied his unshaven square jaw and the lines around his eyes as he stared at the floor. With a smile, I remembered George Clooney having the same expression in one of his movies, but I couldn't for the life of me remember which one. You know, if you aren't serious about running against her, maybe I will, Jordan said, meeting my gaze and catching me completely off guard. Well, I think you should do that, I stammered. Do I have your vote, Sam? He asked, his voice soft, his lips upturned in a small smile. He reminded me a bit of a puppy, and I wanted to tap him on the head. How in the world did I say no to that? Yes, I'll vote for you, as long as you continue to be nice to me. When haven't I been nice to you? He asked, leaning back against the cushions. He narrowed his gaze in confusion. How did I explain that my past life had loaded me down with major trust issues, and he'd broken my faith in him a couple of times already, probably without realizing it, all under the guise of doing his job? Why did I have to make my life so complicated? And when was I going to be able to release all my garbage I lugged around? You've always been nice, Jordan. I was teasing. His phone rang. He fished it out of his cargo pants, greeted whoever was calling, listened for a moment, then hung up. I've got to go. Shooting to his feet, he hurried for the door. What's going on? I asked. They fired Brittany yesterday. They need people down at the station to help take some calls and direct officers out to help. It's starting to get busy. He rolled his eyes and shook his head. It happens every winter. We should write it into the history book so it can't be forgotten from year to year. After he left, I stared at the closed door. Catnip came over and jumped on my lap. History. The past. What had Doug said? If you want to understand today, you have to search yesterday. Why was I recalling that? What did history have to do with anything?
Groaning in frustration, I stood and began to pace. I needed something to take my mind off what lay in the deep crevices of my menopausal brain. A watched pot never boils, and I often found that if I thought too hard about something, I'd never found an answer. But sometimes, if distracted, it would come to me. I hurried downstairs and found Annabelle hunched over some more tinctures.
"Everything okay?"
she asked, her focus on her work. "Yes, it's fine. I just wanted to tell Jordan that his boss was rude and condescending towards him, and I didn't like it." She snorted and glanced over at me.
"When are you two going to start dating?"
"I don't date, Annabelle," I sighed. "Jordan's a friend, and I feel he should know who he works for."
"Right. That was nice of you."
We sat in silence for a few moments as I looked for something to do.
"You're making me nervous,"
Annabelle muttered.
"What's going on?"
"I don't know how to explain it. I'm trying to remember something and I can't." She nodded and grimaced.
"I hate that. My friend Patty always says you should put it out of your mind and it'll come to you eventually."
Smart woman. Great minds think alike. Wait, Patty. I'd look for someone familiar with the town history. Those had been Doug's parting words. With a gasp, I sat down on the stairs. Motive? Check. Means? Check. Opportunity? Oh, heck yes. "Annabelle," I whispered. She turned to me. "I know who killed Ralph. At least, I think I do."
"And it's not Gina?"
I shook my head.
"Thank goodness. I was beginning to feel guilty about stealing all the money to give it to her. Who was it?"
All the pieces fell into place and everything made sense. I just had no idea how to prove it. I stood and pulled my phone from my back pocket. We need to call Jordan. Chapter 20. Jordan swung by an hour later after I'd explained my theory on who killed Ralph. As I crawled into his sheriff's truck and he pulled away from the curb, I decided I wanted a vehicle just like his. It handled the snow beautifully, as if the pavement was dry as a bone. "I can't believe you put all this together based on Annabelle having a friend named Patty," he mumbled. Me neither, but unfortunately, that was the way my brain worked at times. My thoughts flitted from one subject to another in seconds, and oftentimes I associated things that didn't seem to belong together, but to me, they did. "So run this by me one more time," Jordan said gruffly. "Well, like I told you, Annabelle has a friend named Patty, and when she brought her up, it made me think of cow patties because I just had an intimate experience with one the other day." Jordan nodded. "Yes, I had to rescue you from being stampeded." "Right. Well, then the cow patty thought made me think of the Pews because, well, it was their cows that got loose and their son who was naked in the road, causing the backup in traffic, which led me to be tossed into the cow patty. If he hadn't been there, I'd never have gotten out of the car and I'd still be able to wear my black wool sweater." "Go on, Sam. I'm still marveling at how your brain connects all these things together." Was that an insult or a compliment? "Well, the Pews are having a really tough time. Mrs. Pugh has been into sage advice looking for relief from the stress she and her husband are under. They need Bobby at the farm helping them because of their age. Instead, he's out doing drugs and is now in rehab. It puts a lot of pressure on their other son who works at Hammer and Nail Hardware. He told me that himself. He's the manager over there and has his own family obligations." "So one of them killed Ralph because—" "Mrs. Pugh was yelling about Ralph being at her house a couple of days before Bobby was lying in the middle of the road. She said she thought he was delivering drugs. They need their son to clean up in order to help them. So why not get rid of the source of their problem? If Bobby's drug dealer is out of the picture, and Bobby gets out of rehab without anywhere to go to get his drugs,
Doesn't he have a better chance of staying clean?
There's drugs all over the place, Jordan said. He'd find a new drug dealer if he wanted one within a day or two.
Yes, but maybe that day or two is all he needs to remain sober, I said, shrugging. We pulled into the Pew driveway, and Jordan exited to open the gate. A blast of cold air filled the truck, and a shiver tore through me. I couldn't wait to get my parka and boots. After driving through, he closed it. We rolled up to the house, finding Craig Pew helping his father shovel a path out to the barn. Both stopped and stared at us when Jordan shut off the engine. Mrs. Pew came out onto the porch. "What is it?" she called. "Is this about Bobby?" Jordan shook his head as he waved the two men over to the house, and we stepped up onto the porch.
"As far as I know, he's fine, Mrs. Pew."
She smiled and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. Sam, what are you doing here?"
"Trying to find out who killed Ralph and get my friend out of jail."
"I wanted to see how you were doing, and Deputy Branson offered me a ride out here." "Oh, you're too sweet," she said. "But you must be freezing. You certainly aren't dressed appropriately for the weather we're having."
"You got me there," I said, teeth chattering.
"Let's all go inside,"
Mrs. Pew suggested as her son and husband joined us.
"I just made some hot chocolate."
I smiled at Craig, and his brow furrowed, as if he were trying to place from where he knew me. Mr. Pew nodded slightly in my direction, his lips pursed tight, looking like he may expect bad news. Thankfully, the living room was cozy and warm with flames dancing in the fireplace. Once we were gathered and seated, I helped Mrs. Pew bring out the hot chocolate. It only took minutes for my teeth to stop chattering, and I could once again feel my fingers and toes. "I wanted to talk to you about Ralph's death," Jordan began.
"Who's that?"
Mr. Pew asked. "The drug dealer your son used," I said, studying him carefully. Did he truly not know who Ralph was, or was he playing stupid? "A good drug dealer is a dead one," he muttered.
"What about him?" Mrs. Pew asked.
"I'd like to know which one of you killed him," Jordan said.
"Okay, then."
He wasn't holding any punches. There wouldn't be any delicate conversation or tiptoeing around the subject. It was a full frontal assault.
"What?"
Mrs. Pew shrieked, maybe just a little too loudly. Some in my former circles might have called her outburst overacting. "We know one of you killed him," Jordan said, setting down his hot cocoa. "We've got the motive, your son. We've got the means, the drugs Ralph dropped off a day or two before Bobby was lying naked in the road. You used Ralph's own product to drug him."
"And how did we place him in a nail salon?" Mrs. Pew said, rolling her eyes. "This is ridiculous."
"Not really," I replied. "You mentioned to me that File It Away used to be a butcher shop your parents owned. So Deputy Branson looked into it. Your parents did own the store, and they sold it about 20 years ago, after the faulty windows had been put in. You knew about them."
Her eyes widened and she shook her head. "There's been a mistake. This is ridiculous."
"I don't think so," I replied. "Here's the way I'm assuming it happened. I think you found the drugs Ralph had brought over in Bobby's trailer. You'd seen Ralph here, so you knew he was the one delivering drugs because of his reputation. You used the drugs, most likely horse tranquilizers, on him, but you weren't sure what to do with him. My guess was you didn't want him on your property." I glanced at the three, trying to see guilt or remorse in their gazes. It wasn't there. "Why not stick him in the old butcher shop?" I continued. "One of you crawled through the window, opened the front door, and then you hauled him inside. I imagine at that point he was pretty out of it, but he wasn't dead. So, for good measure, you drowned him in the footbath." "You can't prove any of this,"
Mrs. Pugh hissed. You're guessing.
Actually, we can, and we're working on gathering new evidence as we speak, Jordan said. The store has been left untouched since Ralph's death. Now that we know what we're searching for, I have my people down there looking for fingerprints on the window, which we never considered doing before. Well, that news surprised me, and I glanced over, wondering if it was true. Jordan's face remained passive. As I stared at Mrs. Pugh, I finally noticed just a glint of guilt. It only lasted for a second, though. Then it was gone. So which one of you did it? Jordan asked. Or was it a family affair? Mrs. Pugh, I don't think you could manhandle Ralph. You'd need help. And the same goes for you, Mr. Pugh. But together, you could manage. You're both strong farmers, even in your old age. He then turned his gaze to Craig. What about you? In your 30s, grew up on a farm, hauling around hay, repairing fences. You've got a lot of brawn there. Craig's cheeks reddened to the color of apples, and Mrs. Pugh muttered something about manhandling Jordan into the pig shed. But otherwise, everyone remained silent. Jordan sat back and crossed his arms over his chest, then sighed. We can sit here until tomorrow when the fingerprints come back, or someone can start talking. Carefully, I studied the Pugh family, while Jordan stared at the floor as if he wasn't interested in what was happening around him. Yet the way his jaw worked and his eyes darted led me to realize he was aware of every movement, every sound, which happened to consist of chickens, cows, and a dog barking. The humans remained deathly quiet. I need to go back to shoveling, Mr. Pugh grumbled while standing. Work isn't going to get done with everyone sitting here staring at each other. Mr. Pugh, take a seat, Jordan said, pointing at the chair. I just told you we wouldn't be going anywhere until one of you confesses your sins. Was that even legal? Then you go out there and feed my animals, the man shouted as he sat down. You take care of them. You're right. I need the darn help, so get out there and help me. Dad, please, Greg murmured, placing his hand on his dad's forearm. It's okay. No, it's not. I got one deadbeat kid and another who doesn't want to be here. If this son of a... Enough, Craig yelled, shooting to his feet. I'm done. Enough. Except for Craig's heavy breathing, silence once again filled the room. I did it, he muttered. I killed Ralph. Clenching my hands on my lap, relief rushed through me. Holy cow patties. I'd thought it was one of them, and I'd been right. But honestly, I hadn't expected Craig. My bet had been on the elder Pugh. What the heck are you doing? Mr. Pugh yelled as his wife burst into tears. I did it, okay? I killed the stupid drug dealer. I did exactly as they described. I found the drugs in Bobby's trailer, shot up Ralph, and went to the old butcher shop. I'd crawled through those windows 1,000,000 times while Grandpa and Grandma owned the place. Why? Jordan asked, his eyes also wide in surprise. Why would you kill him? Because I'm tired, Greg said. I'm trying to work 60 hours a week, be there for my family, and clean up Bobby's messes. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of missing my kids' games, being too tired to help my wife, and all the while Bobby's out there getting high and wasting his days. Craig, Mrs. Pugh shouted. How could you? You baby Bobby. You enable him to be the loser he is, Craig said. Okay, enough, Mr. Pugh stood. Craig didn't do anything. I took out the drug dealer. And Deputy, I didn't need a lick of help. I felt as if I was watching a tennis match. Eyeing Mrs. Pugh, I waited for her to confess as well. I had a feeling everyone was lying. Bobby's a loser. You're right about that, Craig. I felt if I cut off the source of where he got his drugs, then he'd have a better chance at sobering up. He turned to his son. What you've been forced to do, by picking up all the slack around here because of his problems, hasn't been right.
I see you're tired, and I appreciate everything you've done. It's time for you to quit worrying about us. I figured if Bobby couldn't get his drugs, he'd get clean, start pulling his weight around here. Gosh, I'd been right about that as well. Mrs. Pugh placed her hands on her knees and her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm actually looking forward to a little jail time, Mr. Pugh continued. I'll be able to rest. Dad, you can't. Shh. I'm confessing, Craig. It's the best thing for everyone. And maybe if Bobby sees the damage his drug use has caused, he'll get himself together. You can't do this, Mrs. Pugh wailed, standing. What am I going to do? You'll be fine, honey, Mr. Pugh said, taking her into his arms. We're all going to be fine. Tears streamed down Craig's face as well, while he hugged his parents. Even I became a little misty-eyed. The family had been through so much. Mr. Pugh, Jordan said, I'm going to have to take you down to the jail for the murder of Ralph Brannon. Of course, he said, disentangling himself from his family. I accept full responsibility for my actions. Jordan led him out of the house with me trailing behind. The sun reflected off the snow, almost blinding me. Glancing back at Craig holding his mother on the porch, I couldn't help but wonder if Craig had actually committed the murder and his father was taking the fall for it. Craig had a family and a good job. He could continue to help Mrs. Pugh if Bobby didn't get his life together. Maybe Mr. Pugh had been right. Perhaps seeing the way his family had suffered and had been torn apart would help Bobby see the light and find his sobriety. I had a feeling I'd never know the truth. Epilogue. I never did figure out if Mr. Pugh was covering for his son. Jordan had told me that they'd already dusted everything for fingerprints before he brought it up at the Pugh house, and they hadn't found much. There was one on the outside door that wasn't in the system, but I figured it had been Annabelle's when she opened the window. I didn't share that with Jordan. 2 months had passed since we'd solved Ralph's murder. Of course, Gina had been freed, and Annabelle and I sat her down to give her the money Annabelle had stolen. She cried tears of joy and laughed until she hiccuped. To her, it was the most beautiful case of karma she'd ever witnessed. Jordan and I began meeting every morning for coffee. It became a standing appointment, not a date, because I didn't date. However, I did enjoy spending time with the deputy and found us very compatible. Maybe one day I'd trust him enough to share my past. I kept the conversation light and didn't question him about his time on the police force while living in Chicago. He ventured into my pre-Heywood days every now and then, but I fended him off with half answers, non-answers, and quick changes of subject. After a while, he seemed to get the hint and kept the conversation to the present day. One morning, late in December during the week between Christmas and New Year's, he was late. Every now and then, he'd run 5 or 10 minutes behind, but a half hour? That was not like him at all, and I began to worry. My texts and calls went unanswered. Finally, he showed up and took his chair across from me. I snagged a table by the big picture window, and I was mesmerized by the gentle flakes falling into the river and disappearing. My smile faded as I studied his face. Jordan, what's wrong? He shook his head and sighed, raking a hand through his thick hair. I guess you can say I'm in trouble. What's going on? I sipped my caramel latte. Remember Brittany? Sure. The girl who worked at the sheriff's office, who had wanted to date him. A man old enough to be her father. She's dead. Oh no, I gasped and set down my cup. What happened? It was a murder. I had no words. Who would want to kill her? No, she hadn't been my favorite person, but she certainly didn't deserve to have her young life taken from her. We sat in silence for a long moment, and I had the distinct feeling there was more to the story. What else happened, Jordan? Do you remember when I told you she made some inappropriate remarks to me at work? Of course. You said her spreading gossip about Gina would be the final nail in her coffin. I winced at my choice of words, which, based on the circumstances, were crude. Well, in her exit review, she was told why she was being fired, which also included my statements given about her inappropriate comments. Okay, go on. About a month ago, she filed a complaint with the sheriff's office about me. She said that I'd sexually assaulted her. My blood ran cold as my heart thundered. They opened up an investigation. He continued, I've been under heavy questioning. Jordan, why didn't you tell me all this? I reached across the table and squeezed his hand. We just don't talk about serious things, he said, shrugging. But there's more. Oh, heck, I didn't think my heart could take it. The fact he didn't meet my gaze told me it was horrible news. Now, because of her accusation and the investigation, they also think I killed her, just to make it all go away. They think you killed Brittany to stop the investigation into her claims of you sexually assaulting her? He nodded. I sat back in my chair and studied my friend, having a difficult time believing he could swat a fly, let alone sexually assault someone. Jordan, I don't know what to say. Say you'll help me find the real killer, Sam. You've been listening to Lavender and Lies by Carly Winter, narrated by Nicole Scott. Will Sam be able to find Brittany's killer and prove Jordan's innocence? Find out in Book 3 of the Heywood Herbalist Cozy Mysteries, Mint and Murder.